How's it going, everybody? How are y'all doing today? Yeah, Stardew Valley's definitely worth the $9. Well worth $9. Yeah, what is it? Like, 36% of Democrats are proud to be American, and it's like 95% of Republicans? Shit's wild. They also say more black Americans are proud to be American than whites. Well, that would make sense, because 26% of the Democrat Party is black, so... I don't know how that... I mean, unless only, like whites, Hispanics, and everybody else makes up that last 10%, but I don't know if that's entirely true. Unfortunately, in the black community, there's a lot of wee-wuzzery, so they view the U.S. as inherently evil and racist. Oski with the 36 months. Appreciate it, man. I can't wait to get my ass kicked with lightning, red shells, green shells, if you're lucky. And to top it all off, I don't even qualify for the next race. But you know what?
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
It is what it is. That's how it goes sometimes. Alright, I guess we'll finish this up first. Since I think we only have like 30 minutes left or something. I looked at the mission list. I'm on like the second to last one. So, should be able to finish this up pretty quickly.
Yeah, looking good.
Let me mute the music real quick. Did I see Synth playing Hatred? I did not. Well, it's not that it took 15 years to make, it's that it changed developers so many times in the process of development. So it's one of those games that got bounced around a bunch of different dev teams constantly. Oh yeah, this type of game would never get made now. Absolutely fucking not.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I have no idea where I'm supposed to be going.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Ah, okay. All right. Now I just gotta figure out where I'm supposed to go next.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
There we go. Say the hard R for 4th of July. No thanks.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
I don't see any of those aliens. Shit.
I can't afford this shit!
Alright, fuck. Oh, shit. Damn it. That's irritating as fuck. An underwater boss, dude. I wonder if normal guns can actually hurt it.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Doesn't look like it. And of course I don't have 2 explosives.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Oh, I guess I could use grenades, shit. Oh, that didn't do anything. Oh shit, go down! Fuck! God damn it, bro. I don't know why he wasn't going down. Shit. Alright, I just have to get a good run, I guess. Alright, I got it. There we go. Yeah, I just had to get a good run. Oh, shit. Let's see. So, Diego Hernandez with the 5. Happy 4th of July. Have you heard of a game called Metal Wolf Chaos? A mech FromSoft game that sounds familiar, yeah. I think I've heard of that before. It's more of an action game, not a, super difficult Souls-like. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard of that. And 88 Cracker with the 5. Happy 4th of July. Have you ever played Dead by Daylight? Fortunately, I have not. That is not my type of game at all. I don't like asymmetric multiplayer. And Ryan Miller with the 5, Happy Independence Day, and the Democrats have sealed their fate over the BBB. It's going to get worse for them when it comes to illegal immigrants. Yep, all their future voters are going to go bye-bye. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. And Fail Pip with the 5, Happy America, here's to turning our enemies into ruins. Hopefully there's plenty more of that in the future. Within. That's for sure. Our greatest enemy dwells within at this point, unfortunately. And Buff Garfield with the 2, this game's premise is whack. What? Killing aliens, fucking sexy chicks, I don't know. It's just kind of a nonsense action game. Diego Hernandez with the 2. In that game, you play as the president. Okay, yeah, no. I think I know what you're talking about, but I don't really know anything about it past just like the initial premise. Man in Black with the 5. Happy 4th of July, Griffin. Drove 8 hours to Connecticut to celebrate the holiday with the fam. Feel very blessed and grateful right now. God bless America. Well, that's awesome, man. Glad you had a great day, and happy 4th to you as well. And Buff Garfield with the 2. Thanks for the positivity, bro. Big ups.
Shit's going south fast.
Did I miss something? I guess I went the wrong way. Oh shit.
Here's a hammer when you need one.
I can't afford this shit!
Oh shit.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
There we go. Yeah, if I remember correctly, this part is like super short. And then we're on the final part.
I wonder how many pork chops I can make out of you.
Yeah, there's a ton of fireworks going off where I am right now. People launching them in the street. Oh, dead end. Shit. And fail pit with the 2. Is it fun? It looks kind of boring. Yeah, this part's not the best. The best part of this game is the first part. But yeah, overall, it's just a fun, you know, turn your brain off kind of action game. And Diego Hernandez with the 5. Also, is it true that Andy Pants made CP of his daughter? I have no fucking clue. If true, he should face the wall. Why would a grifter do that? Sounds like he's worse than RTU. I have no fucking idea about any of that. I would veer on the side of that not being true, just because unless there's like actual hard evidence of that, like, yeah, I don't know. I have no fucking idea.
Holy hell, dude. Can't believe you're still alive. You blew the damnedest shit, buddy. The portal is closing and it looks like the battle's over. We think the Cycloid Emperor is fled, but no one's seen him. Can't say the president's too happy about it. God damn you, Duke! CIA should have dealt with you years ago. I was gonna have the whole world, you idiot! Small brain fool! Now I have to set things right. Me! Enact Operation Omega 96. Authorization code, Zeta Alpha Tau 81. You hear that? That is the sound of your imminent death. That is the sound of me decimating my troubles. Duke, you like nukes? You got them. The satellite is lighting as we speak. Too bad for you, they can still be here when it arrives. I'll be sipping margaritas while you're clawing at your own skin, hoping for a quid.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna rip your eye out and piss on your brain, you alien dirtbag.
I don't know where that shotgun was. Fuck. There we go. People doing DoorDash and Uber Eats, as long as your income is classified as tips income on your taxes, the first $25,000 would be tips free, or tax free on the tips. Yeah, of course it's only up to a certain amount of overtime, bro. They're not going to give everybody free income tax. Like, unfortunately, that's just not realistic. So, Trump can have great ideas. The problem is he has to get them through Congress. So, and unfortunately, Congress is not Trump. Got him. Hell yeah.
The president's dead, but his order is still in effect. The nuke's on its way. Hold on, Duke, we're getting out of here.
I can't afford this shit!
Tim Marco, the 279, we need Congress to relinquish its power tonight. I agree. 100%.
I can't afford this shit!
I'm coming back for more.
Yeah, in an ideal world, Trump could just assume dictatorial powers and actually fix everything. Xbots on suicide watch right now. I just don't understand how there can still be Xbots. Like, it's just crazy to me. How many times does Xbox need to lie to you, go back on what they told you, you know, not deliver, and just overall be the worst place to play video games in the entire industry? And failed Pip with the 2, does Trump have great ideas? I would say so. Or is it just Congress? None of the shit that just passed was Congress's idea. It basically was Trump's presidential platform that they put into law, essentially. USA going back to the 1920s? I wish, man. From your lips to God's ear. Fail Pip with a 2, recommend the game, yay or nay? Yeah, I mean, it's $5, so... It's one of the last, like, you know, I would say chud games made, even in the 360 era. Like, it is definitely a game that would never, ever be made today.
I can't afford this shit!
But yeah, it's like $5 on Steam. I would pick it up, personally.
Duke, now that the aliens are dead and you've saved the world once again, what are you going to do?
I'm gonna run for president. Hail to the king, baby.
Hell yeah, dude. If only. Bruh, they have all the old E3 trailers. That's actually fucking weak. Back in 1996 is when it started.
I've got balls of steel. You are one ugly motherfucker. Rest in pieces. Suck it down.
Bruh.
Blow it out your ass.
Oh my god.
I can't afford this shit!
Alright, well, there we go. Saber ran with the 2, Duke Nukem 5 President Simulator. Yeah, exactly. The entire cabinet is just topless chicks. The 4th of July sales? Like, from where? I haven't really bought much at all recently. Yeah, that's the thing, is the Republican Party is a fucking joke, man. They're just an all-around fucking joke. You know, kids should play games like this instead of Troon Slop, Last of Us 2 garbage. Or Baldur's Gate 3. Or any of that fucking modern bilge. I'm a joke? Never said I wasn't. Checkmate, lib. Gex? No. I know what it is, but I've never played it. I don't really like platformers. Hell yeah, dude, a great scene. The so-called right-leaning people hate self-defense. People hate it when you defend yourself. I don't know about that. I guess it just depends. Play Chad versus the gay Nazis? That sounds gay in and of itself. It's Andy Pants game. I mean, I don't really have any desire to play it, to be completely honest. Elijah with the 10. Happy 4th of July, Griffin. Did you hear that Trump wants a UFC event on the White House? I think that'd be pretty cool. I will definitely try to go if I can. Yeah, those tickets are going to be expensive, bro.
Fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it is pretty neat. Modern day gladiatorial games for the Emperor's enjoyment. We are this close to greatness. Trump's friend Dana owns UFC, so it'll definitely happen if he wants it to. Yeah, make no mistake, Steam is a left-wing platform, so... Make no mistake, they're still extremely liberal. Don't forget that Valve was listed in Sweet Baby Inc.'s clients, so... Don't ever forget that for a second. Did you see the Legendary Drops video? What is the Legendary Drops video? Is that like... I don't even know what a Legendary Drop is other than like fucking shit in Diablo or Destiny or something. I have no fucking idea. About Steam? I have no clue. What is Steam's Legendary Drop? Like the chests? Or the crates in like CSGO? I guess those are legendary, right? No, the YouTube legend. Oh, I've never heard of them. YouTuber named Legendary Drop. Yeah, I have no idea who that is. It's a guy with a toucan nose who makes YouTube videos that Asmongold likes to react. Interesting. Alright, I've installed that too. Asmongold is not right-wing. He's a leftoid who's just not ultra woke. That's it. Like, he's a leftist that isn't super woke. That's it. He is not right-wing at all. The Overton window has just shifted way too fucking much. You already know I'm cracking a Pepsi. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm very far right. Especially by modern standards, shit. Fail Pip with the 2, Asmon's the pre-Trump lib. Yeah, he's like a Bill Clinton liberal. That's probably the best way to put it. Yeah, anyone who can unironically support Bernie Sanders is a fucking half-wit, honestly.
I can't afford this shit!
I'm conservative, y'all. I love gays getting married and now transitioning my kid. Yeah, exactly. I can't wait to go to my gay best friend's wedding where their trans child is going to be the ring bearer.
Get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Rikaboo with the 12 months. Happy 4th from Beanerland. I can't wait to get back to the States. I don't fit in here.
Gaming.
Based. And into the 9s of the 12 months, play Cyborg, BBC, another random Richard song. Oh, like a Liquid Richard song? Okay. You're either a hardcore Catholic or a well, you gotta be careful, man. A lot of Catholics are super leftist, so you gotta be careful with that. A lot of religious quote-unquote people are very liberal. Like, 90% of Latin America is Catholic, and they elect socialist fucking dipshits constantly. So, yeah. Be careful with that one. Mexico has a Jewish president, and Mexico's very Catholic. Yeah, exactly. Saying you hate both sides is just pathetic attempt by stupid people to sound smart. Yeah, it's a cop-out for people with no actual spine. Like, they don't want to actually make their beliefs known, and they don't want to actually stand by any principles, because they just want to be basically mindless bots. They just skirt the line of whatever's socially acceptable. Fail Pip with the 2. You're more pissed off about Dreamcast guy lately. Because he's just getting more and more retarded, honestly. More and more retarded. My patience is wearing thin. I don't know. Things just piss me off a lot easier now. I don't know why. Things have just started to piss me off a lot easier lately. You're an old man now? I guess so. I don't know. I don't know, but there's just not much in life I enjoy anymore, so there's just not really anything to look forward to, so therefore my patience wears thin quickly. Like, there's genuinely almost nothing in life that's actually good anymore. Everything has just been so fucking deteriorated that it's just pretty miserable. Like, everything I used to enjoy has just gotten so fucking shitty. Every aspect of life has gotten worse. Unplug? What is that gonna do? I can't unplug. Both ways that I make money require me to be on the internet, so it's literally not possible. Everything feels like it's work. Yeah, I mean, just go out in public, bro. Like, walk down the street. Now all you do is see a bunch of nasty homeless people. You hear a bunch of different languages that aren't fucking English. You smell the fucking disgusting stench of weed everywhere. You know, you just hear the most degenerate shit coming out of people's mouths. Everybody's disgusting and obese and dressed like a literal fucking whore. I don't know, bro. It's just, there's not much to look forward to. Like, I don't even want to go anywhere anymore. So, I don't enjoy going out in public at all anymore. It's just so shitty. Let's see. Squirrel Stamper with the 2. Happy America Day, everyone. Happy America Day to you, bro. Fail Pip with the 2.
All right,
is college
awesome.
hard?
Thanks,
Just
nigga.
a lot of work. It's just, like, going over your material. It's not hard. There's nothing hard about college. It's just memory retention for, like, you know, Can you remember shit long enough to take a test on it? Basically, but yeah, I wouldn't say it's hard. You just have to spend time making sure you know the material. And Saber Ram with the 5, you're pissed for the same reasons I am. There's way too much stupidity running rampant and unchecked, and those who call it out get yelled at for it. Yeah. There's just not really anything about modern life I like at all. You know, all of my previous, I guess, interests or hobbies have just deteriorated so much. It just kind of sucks. Been eating good with Steam. Been playing some oldies like Arx Fatalis and Dark Messiah. You will like the sports ball or have nothing? Yeah, exactly. Fuck that, dude. Watch your sports ball, do your fucking sports betting, go to the fucking bar, go to the gym, buy your new fucking Nike slop, go see the new fucking Marble Goy Entertainment, listen to, you know, Ignorant Shit number 842 on the fucking radio. I don't know, what else? Pay $300 to go to a fucking concert that you don't even really like the music that much at anyway. I don't know, man. There's just, like, there's nothing. There's genuinely nothing. Like, what is there even to fucking do? All there is consumption now. That's it. And the shit you're consuming is just so fucking crap. Like, movies suck, music sucks, games are starting to really fucking suck. I don't even like going out to eat, because one, I'm not going to go sit by myself, but two, you can make better food at home in most cases. That's healthier for you. I don't want to travel, because pretty much every single European city I would want to go to has been turned into fucking, you know, Jihadiville, where you can't even have your wallet in your pocket because somebody will fucking snatch it. It's just like, there's nothing, bro. Absolutely fucking...
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
So unless you're just one of those people that likes to sit there and watch fucking sports, watch all the slop movies, watch all the shitty fucking TV shows, you like going to the bar and going out to eat and shopping, like, there's really not much to do in modern life at all. It's just shit.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Squirrel Stamper with the 2, be like Rome, cleanse our culture. And it's, yeah, like Augustus. He made it a crime to, you know, deface Roman society, meaning, like, if you acted like a fucking, you know, third worlder, let's just say, you were executed for treason. We need that type of shit. You should see Synthetic Man's Death Stranding review. Did he make one? I didn't see it in my sub feed. Let's see. Oh, I see it now. You will own nothing and be happy. Yeah, we can watch it later. Having kids helps? Well, yeah, obviously, but... easier said than done, man. That's like saying, oh, well, if you're feeling broke, just make more money. It's like, well, yeah, in theory, that's exactly what you should do. But, yeah, the execution's the problem. It's like, okay, well, yeah, the devil's in the details. How exactly do you get to that point? I don't understand he makes more money. Oh, wait, I understand he makes more money streaming, but Sent doesn't even do good reviews anymore. He just uploads streams of himself playing the games. Yeah, I don't know. Better yet, just figure out how to get other people to give you... Yeah, exactly. You know, a wise man once said.
Give me monies!
Just be white? Well, I have that. I don't have blue eyes, and I don't know, I have a mid-face, I would say. I'm not really, anything, I would say, above average. I'm just the average white dude. What? Well, I think you're pretty oh my god. PK, you're gonna make me blush. You're not in the 10%? Yeah, exactly. I don't even waste my time on dating apps, bro. I don't fucking care. That is just a money pit. Unfortunately, it's really your only option, but I refuse to do it. I mean, 70% of people have met their significant others on dating apps, so really it's your only chance, unless you meet someone in college, which is the best place to meet someone. So, if you're in college, your best chance to meet your potential partner is there. Like, just keep that in mind. Do what you can. Just be white theory? Yeah, I don't want to go to Asia, dude. No thanks. Even if you're a Chad, you're gonna get fucked in dating apps by women lying or being nitpicky while having 3 kids and 3 different baby daddies. Yes and no. Yes and no. Baloney, I went to college and never even had friends, let alone... I'm not saying that if you go to college, you're gonna get friends and a girlfriend. What I'm saying is your best chance of getting friends or a girlfriend is in college. I'm not saying that when you show up to your dorm for the first day of school, they're going to say, all right, here's your fucking, campus-appointed fleshlight. Return her at the end of the semester or keep her if you all work out. Like, yeah, obviously. That's not going to happen. They don't assign you a girlfriend at fucking orientation. No, it's just really hard to find someone outside of college because, you have to sift through all the garbage, which is the problem. Like, all the single moms, all the fucking bums that live with their parents still, all the fucking people who just, are, human garbage, criminal records. If you're both in college, there's like a quality filter, Like, you have to be at least above a certain intelligence level. You have to at least, make a certain amount of effort in order to stay in college. You're not going to be like some convicted felon. You're probably not going to be a single mom. So your chances of finding a higher quality woman are much higher. My parents try to give me advice on where to meet people, and I have to tell them people my age don't socialize. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because, like, I was having a conversation with my mom the other day about a family friend's daughter, I guess, who's, like, a little younger than me, and I was having to explain to my mom, like, all the fucking wild shit nowadays. And she was, like, kind of in disbelief. I'm like, yeah, that's completely normal. Like, it's more surprising that she wasn't doing it up until now. But, yeah, I'm not going to get into the details. But, yeah, people from other generations just don't understand, the damage that having a phone in someone's hand from birth has done. So, social media has completely just, poisoned modern women, for lack of a better term. College is not that expensive, dude. My annual tuition was $9,000. My tuition was not that expensive. If you go to a private school, then yeah, it's expensive. But if you just go to a state, like, public university, it's not that bad. I had a friend in high school who, shortly after graduation, jumped off a balcony while on vacation with his dad. Because he didn't know what the fuck he was going to do in life. He was like a D and C student in high school, didn't apply to any colleges, and just had no idea what the fuck he was going to do. So he just
awesome. Thanks, Nick.
leaped off a balcony while on a trip with his dad. Let's see. So May 1st burst with a 10. So Diddy is going to get off with minor charges and maybe 5 years. I don't think he'll even get 5 years for just transporting a prostitute. He'll probably just get time served. And nobody else is implicated. I'm shocked. I wonder if he will kill himself in prison. No, he probably cut a deal with the right people, so. I don't know, man. But, you know, it is what it is, right? But was there ever really any evidence of him trafficking kids? Like, I don't really think that was ever concrete. It was more so just the fact that he was having gay orgies and stuff at his fucking parties. Which is a crime in and of itself, but, you know, of a different nature. And Creators Freedom with the 5. Battlezone Redux is on sale. Check it out,
awesome.
please.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
It's a game I played when I was a kid. Alright, I can look at it. And El Rosario Soul with the 2. Happy 4th of July. Happy 4th of July to you, man. And Squirrel Stamper with the 5. I used Tinder recently. 6 people liked my profile. 1 troon, 3 gays, and 2 whales, and I only ended up matching with OnlyFans hoes. I honestly, yeah. It's just not even worth it, man. It really isn't. The last thing I want to do is use a fucking dating app. I just genuinely have 0 desire. May 1st burst with a 5. Did you see Ted Cruz tweeted that Independence Day reminded him of the bravery of the IDF and he got cooked? We must protect AIPAC's favorite guy. Yeah, Ted Cruz is a fucking cock-gobbling fucking half-wit, bro. I don't like him. I don't like Ted Cruz at all. I'd consider myself a 6 out of 10, and yeah, never again. Yeah. I don't know, bro. Like, nothing has possessed me to want to download a dating app. Good vibes with the Tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, man. Big ups. Yeah, it would also be seen as the morally right thing to do because the aliens had advanced technology, so we can involve ourselves in greater scientific advancement. Yeah, I just don't have the patience to message women, like, genuinely. Like, the last fucking thing I want to do is get on the dating app,
subscribe, donate, or get the fuck
match
out.
with some random bitch, and then have to talk to her for hours texting before you actually figure out if she actually is just wasting your time and you're just entertainment, or if she actually is interested in meeting up. Like, yeah, fuck that. Absolutely fuck that. I already hate texting anyway, but much, you know, texting a stranger to see what the fuck they even want is just even worse. So... Are the GameCube games that are going to come out on Switch to be online and multiplayer? I think so. Usually the classic games do get patched with multiplayer for online, but I'm not sure. Do you think if the internet never existed, you would have done okay at dating? Let me put it this way. In 1970, 82% of people under the age of 30 were married. In 2025, 17% are. Let's just put it at that. Does that answer the question? So, yes, I think, objectively speaking, everyone would be doing better at dating. According to a study by Morgan Stanley, it's projected that 45% of women in the United States, specifically those aged 25 to 44, will be single in 2030. What percentage of men, though? Probably way higher. So, the internet has inflated everyone. I don't really think it's inflated my self-worth. I'm not out here saying, like, you know, a chick has to be a 10 out of 10, drop-dead gorgeous, double Ds, perfectly fucking toned ass, you know, multi-millionaire, doesn't do anything except cook, clean, and get on her fucking knees to suck my dick. Like, I don't know, bro. I don't really think most guys are unrealistic. We just want them to be attractive and fun to be around. That's it. Like, have a good attitude and be, you know, somewhat attractive. That's it. Literally it. So, no guys, like, you have to be 5'8". You have to make $800,000. You have to have a fucking car. You have to have a house. You have to have a college degree. You know, you have to work out 5 times a week. You have to want to travel all the fucking time. I don't know, man. Like, a multi-millionaire dude will ask out a McDonald's, like, cashier if he thinks she's attractive. A wealthy woman would scoff at a guy who makes less than her. It's just the way it is, so... Having kids nowadays cursing for a miserable globalist, communist, Zionist, feminist future. Huh? I don't agree with that. Whoops. What's my white pill? I don't really have a white pill, to be honest, bro. The world is shitty. You just have to make do with what you can. You just have to make a shit ton of money and buy your way out of it. The reality is, man, the world is fucked up, and the only way to get out of it is to make more money. You gotta buy your freedom, essentially. Scotty Man with the 5, you should watch the new synth video.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Build one today. Yeah, we can take a look at it. Minimum wage in America is $7.25. Dude, nobody gets paid $7.25. The real minimum wage is like $15 an hour for the most part. You would be hard-pressed to find a job that pays under, like, 10 or 12 bucks an hour. They don't exist. Like, bro, you can make $14 minimum at Walmart, so... $14 an hour is Walmart's minimum pay. So if Walmart's paying people that much, then pretty much everybody else is. Here, let's see. Walmart's starting pay, $14 to $19 an hour, depending on locality. Yeah, but the problem is, bro, is you need dollars to buy the assets that get you away from inflation. So, yeah, if this is what you have to do. You have to make money, put your money into assets that rise with inflation value-wise, which then makes you inflationary proof. So, there's a reason why billionaires keep all their money in stocks instead of actual cash. Or they buy, you know, 50 fucking houses. Because, you know, one, they don't have to pay taxes on stocks. But two, you know, the stock price increases with inflation because the company that it's based on will raise its prices in relation to inflation, making it inflationary proof. So their wealth is preserved. Just like land, if you look at a historical timeline, has only gone up. So... the thing you do with money is you put it into things that protect the value of your wealth. So a piece of land has value no matter how many US dollars they print, because the piece of land is not getting multiplied, or, you know, they're not making more land. Land is land. There's only so much of it. Just like if you buy gold, there's only so much gold in the world, which even then gold prices are heavily inflated due to the fucking, you know, hoarding of precious metals by certain groups throughout the ages. Same with diamonds, silver to a lesser extent, but especially diamonds. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like the reason why stocks have gone up so much is because inflation has gone up so much. So stock prices have gone up in relation to inflation, not because of increased company performance, just because they raised prices. RIP the silver dollar? Yeah. Kennedy got shot for that one. Crazy it was the driver all along. Yup. Yup. It do be like that sometimes, man. RIP synth stream. Uh-oh. Did you get a flag down? Hopefully not. It's synth over. I guess so, man. Would the world have been better if Kennedy survived? Well, let's put it this way, man. Look what happened post-Kennedy's assassination. Like, can we really say the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s were better than before Kennedy got shot? I would say, as a net, you know, statement, society truly collapsed in the 1960s. The 60s was the beginning of the end for society. The Western world was injected with a death pill in the 1960s. And Kennedy didn't want to swallow it, so he had to be taken out. Yep, you can thank boomers for that. But Griff, we won the Cold War. We must have done something right after Who cares? What did we win in the Cold War? Communism just got exported to all the supposed countries that won. You know, communism was a thing in the fucking Soviet Union. Now we have fucking communist, you know, politicians running our countries now. So the only thing the Cold War did was export communism to the rest of the Western world. So once again, we won, guys. Woohoo! Another epic victory royale. Life got noticeably shittier as a result of our victory. So, very little has actually benefited us on the world stage, ever. Z-Herb with the 10, I'm pissed off someone because Steven Spielberg said the Jurassic movies should be scary, and I replied saying they should be about the wonder because the last third of Jurassic Park is mid. I agree. The last third of Jurassic Park is incredibly mid, and it's not scary at all. It's just boring, I don't know. Jurassic Park, to me, got very boring the longer it went on. Yeah, exactly. We won, guys. No one can afford a house. Wages haven't grown at all. Everything's more expensive. We have a bunch of immigrants pouring in that don't even fucking speak our own language. But hey, guys, we won! We're the victors. W's in the chat, dude. W's in the chat. Nobody's having kids. The dating market's fucked. No one's happy. You know, mental health is in the fucking toilet. No one has any savings. Everyone's in crippling debt. You know, W's in the chat, man. W's in the chat. Are you sick of winning yet? Z Herb at the 5, it's funny. Wait, the funny part was people saying I haven't read the books when none of the movies follow the books for that to matter yet.
I can't afford this shit!
Exactly. Reddit moment. It sounds like a job for the GGG. Like, what though?
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Nick Batista with the 5, what would be the final nail in the coffin in America? I think AOC or Mamadani well, he can't because he's not U.S. born, but no, the final nail in the coffin will be when we just have a completely open and unchecked border, like we had for the past 4 years. Because what they'll do is they'll just replace the native population. It'll allow for mass voter fraud when leftist states don't actually enforce any sort of federal election requirements. And, you know, eventually the native population will just be completely voted out of power and, you know, the country will fall. And the people who are basically leeching off of it now will move on to the next host. Like nothing ever happened. The leeches will find a new body to be a parasite on. Cody Booth with the 5. Griffin slightly smashed tonight. No. It's okay, Griff. Just go to a meeting tonight. We all fall off the wagon occasionally. We're all here for you. No. I have not been drinking at all.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Genuinely, the only hope we have is if we get a good dictator. That's it. That is the only thing that can course correct at this point, because the enemy is so ingrained in every single aspect of our so-called democracy that even if we elected somebody to do the job we wanted them to fix the problem, they would be stopped at every single avenue and would never be able to do so. So, unfortunately, the only way to fix the system is to completely destroy it. Because the system has been completely corrupted and internally, you know, sabotaged. I mean, you look at what's happening with, like, Trump in the courts, for example. Like, all the way from Bush to Biden, there was, like, 3 court injunctions when it came to stopping illegal immigration, let's say. But with Trump, he's already had, like, 30-something in the first 6 months. That just shows you how, like, people from within the so-called, you know, government are just trying to, you know, sabotage. So, there's no saving it at this point, unfortunately. Like, even if you have a leader or a so-called elected government who tries to do the right thing, they're not allowed to. So, someone has to have the balls to just say, I don't fucking care what you said. I'm gonna do it anyway. And who's gonna fucking stop me?
I can't afford this shit!
That's what it'll take. And you better hope and pray that you got the military on your side when you do that, which, you know, luckily for our standpoint, I think that's a given, but, yeah. Well, Trump got close in 2020, man. You know, the more I think about January 6th, the more I wish it was actually an insurrection, to be completely honest. I don't know. Maybe it would have been for the best. Maybe it was a missed opportunity. Z-Herb with the 5, don't you want your new world order where we consume and be happy with little because we have gaming and the newest iPhone? Yeah, I get to live in my box apartment. You know, I can barely afford to pay off my student loans. I don't have any savings. My credit card bill gets higher and higher every single month. You know, my job barely increases my pay even though I've been there for 10 years. You know, boy, I love this utopia we're living in. You know, I'm a single 30-something-year-old with no family, no wife, no girlfriend, very few friends other than my fucking gaming buddies that I met while playing Minecraft. Like, it's a pitiful existence if you really think about it. Sell my Pokemon? I will eventually, but I'm not in a rush to sell those. They're a long-term hold. But yeah, eventually I will sell them. They've gone up a shit ton in recent years, so... I mean, there's no community anymore, dude. Most people fucking hate their neighbors. They hate their coworkers. They hate random people they walk by because everybody's so fucking polarized at this point. Because we have a vested media interest in divide and conquer. So it's just, there's no, like, cohesion to modern society at all anymore. You have shitlibs openly calling for death to anyone who disagrees with them. It's just insane. You can't coexist with people like that. Squirrel Stamper with the 2. At this point, I call shitlibs traitors. Might as well be. They would be if it was any, if there was any justice in the world. Tim Marco at the 7. Trump just needs to rally the military into raiding Congress and suspending their powers, saying GG, well... The only problem with that is Trump is old, so, you know, anything can happen at any time.
All right.
That's the only hesitation I have with that now. If it happened, like, 5 years ago, I'd say go for it, but, yeah, nowadays, I don't know. You'd have to have a very, very, very clear secession path. And make sure that the military is also on board with that. Would you ever have a libtard girlfriend? Well, unfortunately, man, most young women have been completely brainwashed, so, yeah, the thing is once you get into a relationship with a chick, and especially when she has children, she becomes, you know, exponentially more conservative, so, unfortunately, you just have to. Like, the modern young female is just completely brain-rotted. They live on social media, they worship Hollywood celebrities and fucking singers and actors and news fucking talking heads and TikTokers and all this bullshit, so... Women care about being seen as socially acceptable. That's it. So they're very susceptible to the constant brainwashing of modern media and social media in general. So, and when you look at who controls the media and all that, you can understand why they think the way that they do, but yeah. It's so sad what women have become. They let social media brainwash them and control their lives. I was watching this live stream the other day, and you had women twerking and arguing at each other. Yeah, it's sad, bro. And they use the thing that's supposed to be, like, the most, you know, sacred and personal activity a human being can have as currency. So... So they're just morally bankrupt, for lack of a better word. Like, it's just the reality, unfortunately. Completely and totally morally bankrupt. Sex has become a joke now. I mean, that's the thing, bro. It's like, I have zero desire for, like, any engagement with, like, hookup culture at all. It's just such an empty and soulless activity. I don't know. It just doesn't appeal to me at all. Well, dude, well, okay, I get what you're saying, yeah. I was about to say, it's not fulfilling if you're not in a relationship. Well, I would hope you're not engaging in hookup culture if you're in a relationship, but I get what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, sex is supposed to be like an activity reserved for, you know, the closest person to you in your life. So, quite literally, your first few sexual partners you pair bond with, which is why people always remember their first time or their first girlfriend or whatever, and they always reminisce about that. Because human beings are not supposed to fucking whore themselves out. Shocking. You're supposed to pick a partner and stick with them. Yep, getting married is just an excuse to have a wedding, which is, you know, a status symbol. That's it. It's like buying a new purse. You know, it's an excuse to make a few days all about me. You know, I get to be the center of attention, and everybody has to basically worship me. That's what you're paying to do. It's just, yeah. Nobody gets married for the right reasons anymore. Marriage should be only a private thing reserved for close family and friends. Oh, like a wedding? I don't know if marriage should be reserved to only close family. But yeah, okay, the wedding. Did Griffin share thoughts on Death Stranding 2? I have zero desire to play it. Zero desire to play it. Difficulty actually getting a girlfriend, wife aside. It's hard to want a relationship when so many women are just so unlikable nowadays due to what they have been fed for decades. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, what do you even want to do? Like, other than have sex, what are you actually going to do with a woman? Like, dead ass. You're going to watch some shitty fucking movie you don't want to watch. You're going to go on a shitty fucking vacation you don't want to pay for. You have to hang out with her and her friends' husbands. Like, what are you really doing? Going out to eat at places you don't want to go. Living in an area you don't want to live. I just... It's very, very strange. Outside of sex, it's just like the modern woman is just empty. Very, very empty. On day phone, watching day Netflix series, eating day food. What else? Who knows, bro? Eat hot chip, yeah. As a married man, I don't agree with your outlook, but maybe I was lucky. Probably, man. When I say this stuff, it's a generalization. I'm not talking about every single person, obviously. But it's just a general trend. Yeah, all I did with my ex was watch Friends. So fucking boring. Yeah. Don't you hate that you have to keep up appearances as a married man? I mean, basically, that's what a lot of guys' lives, like, become once they get married, is just trying to make, you know, your wife happy constantly so she doesn't divorce you. Like, it's kind of sad, bro. Like, your entire existence just becomes trying not to piss her off just enough so that she doesn't leave and take your kids. So, it's kind of sad. It's the fate of a lot of people. Let's see. Tim Marco at the 279. Ormo taught me a whole other perspective. Hell yeah, dude. Happy to hear it. And also Flufflenugget with the 2. Ormo made me want to reconnect. See, we got 2 success stories. We got someone getting a whole new perspective and someone reconnecting with their family. That's the power of positive media. And Juan with the 2. Suffa Griffin, Suffa Bish, Suffa an entire death. What the fuck? Alright.
I can't afford this shit!
They chase the Instagram life? Yeah. You know, it's like a lot of them don't even want to go on the vacation they're going on. They just want to take pictures from it so they can say, like, oh, yeah, dude, I went to the fucking Bahamas, or I went to Paris, or I went to fucking, I don't know, China, wherever it might be. It's like, did you actually want to go there, or did you just want to take pictures so you could post it on your fucking Facebook page or whatever? It's just pitiful, dude. Like, I guarantee you it's just to take pictures and brag to their friends that they did this, even though they didn't actually enjoy going. Juan with the 2. I'm hammered and have a girl next to me. Suffa? Yeah, she's probably a fat whale taking up 2/3 of the couch, bitch.
You're not a woman. You're a whore. You're a fucking whore.
Dude, I went on a cruise. My mom brags about going on cruises with her boyfriend. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, man. I don't like traveling. I genuinely don't like traveling at all.
I can't afford this shit!
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
The work to travel is not worth the actual trip. I mean, the thing is you're never in those places long enough to truly experience them. And unless you're a beach freak, there's really not that many places to go. Like, I genuinely could give fuck all about going to a beach. Like, going to a beach, to me, is more boring and just tedious than enjoyable. Like, sure, I guess it's fun to swim in the water for 20 minutes. But then after that, you're all fucking nasty. You have to haul a bunch of dog shit down to the fucking beach. You have to sit in the fucking hot sun with, like, the salt, like, making your skin crunchy. Everything gets fucking salty and sandy. You can't even use a phone outside because, you know, the sun overheats it. Like, I don't enjoy the beach at all. I don't fucking enjoy the beach. So, 90% of the, I guess, generic vacation spots go out the window for me. Like, I have zero desire to go to, like, some tropical island or something. So the only places I would want to go is, like, Rome, for example, which I've heard how disgusting it is there now. Looks like fucking Baghdad in places. But, I mean, like, those type of places I would go, but the problem is you have to go for, like, a month to actually make it worthwhile because, you know, there's just, like, so much to see and do. It'll feel like you barely even scratched the surface, but then even then, it's, like, so unsafe and unclean and just destroyed. So, I don't know, man. There's just, I don't really have a desire to travel at all. I don't even want to travel inside of the United States. Like, I've never been to New York City, never been to Los Angeles, never been to Texas. I've only ever been to Florida because my grandma lived there. Like, all the, I guess, normie vacation spots in the U.S., I don't even want to fucking go. So there's just nothing. Like, okay, I'm going to go here, and they have a fucking McDonald's, they have a Walmart, they have fucking Olive Garden, they have fucking Targets, Best Buys, like, GameStop. Like, okay, it's the same everywhere. It's the same everywhere. Everything is the fucking same nowadays. Everything is homogenized, corpo dog shit. So, you go to the other side of the country, it feels like you drive 10 minutes down the street.
All right.
That's it. You know, California has the exact same shit that Virginia
All right,
has.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Texas has the exact same shit that fucking Michigan has. Although maybe they have more Mexicans, but you get the point. Like, stuff to do. There's really nothing. There's nothing. It's the exact same shit everywhere. Same Walmarts, same chain restaurants, same fucking shitty malls owned by Simon Group. It's just, wow, maybe you can go to a beach. I don't want to. So, I love heckin' corpo slop. Me too, man. Me too. I just can't get enough of it. Z-Herb with the 2. What is Ormo? Is it actually good? Oh, yeah, bro. It's a 10 out of 10. You should definitely watch. Make sure to watch the OVAs as well in between the seasons. And at the end of the second season. Johnny's with the 5. I don't like sand. It's coarse, it's rough, and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Not like you. But, yeah. Yeah, I genuinely wish there was something I wanted to do with my free time. I really fucking do, man. I miss actually looking forward to shit. Start smoking Fent, but then I'll see St. Floyd sooner than I want to. Z-Herb with the 10. I want to go see places like Italy, Greece, and Egypt for history, but my god, it's kind of depressing. It just will remind me that society don't build cool shit anymore, and these places are shit now. Yeah, exactly. Dude, it's genuinely depressing to look at, like, old footage from, like, the 50s. It genuinely makes me sad every time I see, like, old, like, stock footage from, like, the 1950s or something. It's like, holy fuck. What have I done? We were supposed to be the winners. Where did it all go wrong? And Nick with the 2. Love you, Griffin. Always keeping it real. Fuck DSP.
Griffin Gaming just did a super chat. Said, gaming.
And into the 9s with the 2. Juan's Cat Awaken. Play our new anthem.
I can't afford
Oh,
this
what?
shit.
This one?
Nigga, how heal it? Nigga, how heal it?
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money. Open your wallet and give me all of your money.
And E-Man with the 2. Griffin, why so miserable? I don't know, bro. The world has changed. I don't think I have, personally. I don't think I've changed. The world has, though. Dramatically. And not for the better. Why would I want to take steroids? My balls are already small enough. Griff, what if you're watching Netflix with your girlfriend and then she farts? Say, here, let me put it back in. I don't know. Be like, hey, take your pants off. Let me put it back in. You were complaining like Raymond about how all the sex you're not having. No, dude, honestly, I don't fucking care about sex at all. That's not even a motivator for me. I genuinely don't really care about it that much. I more so care about having, like, an actual family, more so than, you know, pound and poon. So. I would take a wife and 3 kids that all are, you know, pleasant to be around if it meant never having sex again. So I don't really care. Like, if I basically had to never have sex with my wife, if it meant that she was pleasant to be around and I got to have 3 kids at least, I would be fine with never having sex again in my life. That's not even a motivator for me. I don't really care. Doesn't hurt to get lean. What do you mean? Like fucking purple drank? Sound porn addicted? Bro, I don't even look at porn anymore. If you're not Chad, then there's no point in spending all that time lifting and dieting. Well, no, I think it is, because, you know, you'll be in better shape, and you'll actually have a healthier, longer life, so you won't feel like fucking dog shit. So, you'll actually feel a lot better, generally speaking. So I think it's worth it just for the health benefits, more so than anything. Thousands of years of human evolution only to change in the span of 50... Dude, I don't even think it's 50 years. I think it's the past 20. Honestly, bro. The past 20 years have absolutely just been horrid. Like, even, like, the 90s and early 2000s were not this bad at all. It's social media that did this. Social media and the always connected child has just completely destroyed society. So, you know, people live online now. And you basically have to. Because if you don't have a smartphone, you can't go on your bank. You can't fucking use a concert ticket. You can't fucking do anything. You can't even order food at a restaurant without a cell phone now. Because the menus are fucking QR codes. So, you need your phone to date, to eat, to drive anywhere, to work, to have entertainment. You literally can't live without a phone. Your phone is basically your lifeline to the real world. Which is completely paradoxical because, you know, the thing that pulls you out of the real world the most is your fucking phone. So, your phone is basically, you know, the worst necessity you could ever possibly have. You genuinely cannot exist without it. Yeah, you can. It will be No, you genuinely cannot. You cannot. Bro, I can't even sign into my accounts at work without having 2-factor authentication. I can't even work without my personal cell phone. You genuinely cannot do anything. You need a phone for every aspect of life. Doom Boom with the 2, are you agreeing with the Unabomber? I wouldn't go that far, man. Obviously, what he did was heinous. I would never agree with someone like that. Bro, the Amish all have phones, too. Oh, my God. Come on, dude. The Amish have phones, too. Have you never heard about that stereotype of the Amish girls sneaking out at night to go get railed? Like, that's a very real thing, dude. The Amish have phones. The Amish interact with normal society, too. To a lesser degree, granted, but... At my work, they're having us clock into work on our phones now, too. Yeah, like, I have to use the Microsoft Authentication app in order to sign into my laptop. And I don't have a work phone, so I have to use my personal phone. So, I can't even work without a cell phone. funny because 10 years ago I could get by without... Yeah, you definitely could 10 years ago, but it's not 10 years ago. That's what I'm saying. It's the past 20 years that were really as destructive as they were. The past 20 years are probably the most, you know, devastating in the history of mankind. Social media and the smartphone have absolutely destroyed basic community and human life. Never seen the movie The Village. No, I have not. Oh yeah, COVID definitely accelerated this shit. Absolutely. It forced everybody to live basically isolated. And, you know, it's hard to turn that off. You know, not to be overly dramatic, but I think the entire world has like a form of PTSD following the pandemic, where people just are so used to being isolated, essentially, that they don't know how to interact normally anymore. Like, it's almost like an undiagnosed form of, like, PTSD, for lack of a better term. Your grandpa? Well, dude. Okay. Well, good for him. Most new technology is just replacements for basic biological wants that just make you even more indifferent than you already were. I don't even know if that's true. But yeah, dopamine is like the name of the game, and technology provides it constantly. Imagine finding out you need a new job from Twitter. Yeah, just Microsoft things. Do you remember the last time I was actually bored? I'm bored all the time. I'm genuinely bored all the fucking time. I get bored when I watch movies. I get bored when I play video games. I get bored when I'm working. I get bored at the gym. Like, everywhere I'm bored. I'm more bored than not bored. Like, when I say I genuinely don't really enjoy anything anymore, it's like 100% true. There's very little that actually makes me like, oh yeah, I'm glad I'm doing this. Z here with the 10. I got fucked around COVID. I went blind. Fortunately, my eyes got better. I don't know exactly the cause. It started in 2019, but I was 18 and my life socially went to shit. That sucks, man. That's rough.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
It's good you got better, but damn, that's crazy. That's actually fucking crazy. I don't sit in my apartment all day. I literally go to the gym every single day, and I walk my dog every single day. So the only other thing I can do is go out and spend money. And I'm not doing that, so. I'm not going to pay to do things I don't enjoy. I already pay to go to the gym, which I don't like, but, you know, it's like a necessity. You don't enjoy going to fancy restaurants? I'm not going to go to a restaurant by myself, bro. So, yeah. Just be Dexter and kill time. Or kill from time to time. Ha ha ha. But no, I just cook all my food at home and everything, so. I just meal prep from the for the week. So I'll just cook like a batch of food and then eat that. How do I like doing laundry? I don't like it at all. It's so weird going out me and spending money. Well, dude, if I even want to go anywhere in my area, I have to pay like $10 to park. Like, I can't even park where I live. Everything costs money. So, the only reason I don't have to pay to park to go to my gym is because if you have a gym membership, they validate your parking. So, it's ass, dude. Move in the woods? No. All this talk reminds me of Raymond nearly brought to tears for $70. S'mores. Yeah.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I just wanted a little bit of my childhood. Oh my god. Sounds like you're getting scared. Yeah, it sucks, dude. I'm in the land of $35 entrees if I went to a restaurant too, so. Even if I went out to eat, I'm paying like $50 after tip to go sit at a table by myself and look at my phone. So, yeah. How exciting. Yeah, Raymond is depressing to listen to sometimes. Go talk to the cute waitress. Okay, let me talk to fucking Juanito from, you know, fucking Peru, who doesn't speak English, or I don't know, what's a female Muslim name? I don't know, but you get the point. Frogan? Yeah, there you go. Frogan, dude. Bro, there's no whites at all near. Not in restaurants. No, the service industry is completely dominated by foreigners where I live. Indians, Arabs, and Hispanics is basically the entire service industry where I am, so. Go flirt with Preeta, yeah. Yeah. Preeta Gupta, your karma just went up. Wing Cake with the 2, watch Linus, even Linus Tech Tips, I guess. I let my son pick any gaming game. We were joking about the thumbnail of that video the other night. Yeah, we can watch that. I'll pull it up for later. And 0 with the 10, once my eyes got better, like I was able to get my license level better, I did that, got a job, and now I have a decent paying job. I was behind in starting life, but I wasn't going to do nothing. See? Well, you're already better than most, man. Because most people be like, oh, I don't want to do anything, no. So. Most people have 0 motivation. Especially when they're handed a hard card in their hand. So, good for you, bro. It's inspirational. But unironically, that is kind of nice. Congrats. The hard R card? Maybe. Synthetic Man hates Death Stranding too. I do too, and I've never played it. Food industry is full of degens. Yeah, I don't know. What's depressing is going to any major Western city and it doesn't even feel like the West anymore. I know, it's very sad. Like, genuinely, when I see old footage or photographs of, like, Europe or U.S. cities and stuff, it makes me sad. Everything's clean, everything looks safe and in order, people look happy and normal. It's just a complete and total contrast. Like, go look at pictures of the black community if you want a real black pill in the 1950s, bro. Go look at pictures of, like, black people in the U.S. from, like, the 1950s compared to now. It's like, what the fuck? That's probably the most stark contrast you can find. That's, like, the most stark contrast you can find. Like, it's crazy. Well, the thing is, like, yeah, we've talked about it before, but black people from around the world despise African Americans. Like, American blacks are almost universally hated by the rest of black people around the world. Like, if you go to the Caribbean and stuff like that, they absolutely fucking hate American blacks. If you go to Africa, they have the same sentiment as well. And even European blacks absolutely hate, you know, African American. Like, it is a universal sentiment that the black community in the United States has just been completely fucked. Like, wild, bro. It's a universal sentiment. So that's what I was told by the people I met in the Caribbean. Like, every single island I went to, like, my family would rent a taxi for the day, and, you know, 9 times out of 10, it was, like, a black guy driving us around. And, you know, they're, like, the most normal, calm, you know, just, it's very shocking. The cultural difference is crazy, and they talk about how much they can't stand it. Like, one of them straight up said, I'm so glad I finally have a white family in my cab. It's like, bro, like, they'll just come out and say it. They don't give a fuck, bro. Just like the guy in the Dominican Republic who talked about how much he hated the Haitians and wished they would just bomb the other side of the island because they're disgusting and dirty and they come over and take all the jobs and steal everything. It's like, you know, there's no love lost between the, you know, I mean, I guess kin, whatever. So, yeah, it's pretty funny. They do not hold back.
I can't afford this shit!
And here with the 570s had those hippies, and while 20 years later in the 90s is when they started being of age to influence things significantly.
All right, awesome. Thanks,
Coincidence?
nigga. All right.
I think not. I do not think so, man. Galen Wadsworth with the 5. Older blacks actually hate younger ones, especially black men. Black women tend to be into modern culture. Yeah, I mean, the thing is just across all races, women are very easily influenced by what's perceived as socially acceptable and popular. So it transcends, you know, ethnic groups, age groups, religion, everything. Whatever the socially, you know, acceptable norms are of society, that is the #1 influence. So, yeah, unfortunately so. It's like you see 70-year-old women divorcing their husbands based on TikTok comments. Like, there are real instances of that happening where, like, a 60-year-old woman who's been married for 40 years gets a bunch of comments saying, oh, yeah, dude, you know, you deserve so much better. Your man's a bum. You could do so much better, queen, whatever. And they straight up divorce them based on fucking TikTok. It's a real thing. You can look into it. They will tank a 40-year marriage because of fucking social media feedback. Like, oh, you deserve so much better. Why are you wasting your life with him? It's like, oh my god, bro. Dear Lord. Yeah, there's a 23-year-old hunk just waiting for you, Grandma. Dump that crusty old dude. God damn. Shit's wild, bro. Absolutely wild. I don't know. I left my family after I took a poll on Facebook, yeah. It's like all those women that divorced their husbands who refused to get the COVID shot. That was another thing, too. Yeah, the average person is just unable to separate the internet from reality. That's the sad part. Like, the internet in and of itself isn't necessarily a bad thing, but people's inability to discern real life from a bunch of slop they read online is the dangerous part. Like, internet relationships, advice, anything should not have any semblance of weight on your decision-making compared to real-world activity. No, this is Saints Row the 3rd. I mean, it depends. You can find advice on what's a good product to buy, I guess. Yeah, I mean, the internet as a utility is good. But it's just how it's used and how it replaces the real world that's dangerous. No, the shit one is Saints Row, the reboot. With the ultra cringe millennial, you know, Tumblrina writing and shit. Don't you guys love Instagram, LinkedIn, Uber Eats, Reddit, Tinder, and all the others? I don't use any of those regularly. Yeah, AI is worse because what people are now doing is taking the shit they see on social media and then running it through an additional filter to further brainwash them. They're basing their morality on fucking, they're basing the morality on feedback from a fucking AI. It's crazy. So Griffin does use Tinder? No, I don't. I don't have a single dating app on my phone. I have not used any of those since 2017. That was the last time I had one. And I've never used them since, so... That was when my phone broke and I had to buy a new one. I never re-downloaded them. ...2017, before you started your YouTube, pretty much, yeah. Before I started making, like, a substantial amount of money on YouTube. Dating apps or prostitution with extra steps? Yeah, I guess so. What's the song playing? It's called Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze Panicky Paddles. Rather paint my gray matter on the wall than download 10. Yeah, I have zero desire to use that shit, man. Like, I know it works for some people. Like, I know people for a fact who got married based off of dating apps. I have family members that met their, significant others on a dating app. 70% of couples meet each other on dating apps nowadays. Like, yeah, they technically work for some people. But holy fuck, bro, the process of using it just sounds so unappealing. I'm good. No thanks. Yeah, you'll either get catfished, you'll just get taken advantage of by someone who wants a free meal. You might have someone who's completely incompatible with you when it comes to, like, your expectations in life. Like, it's a fuck show, bro. It takes, what, 3,000 swipes for the average guy to find one date? Like, no thanks, dude. I'm good. No fucking thanks. Christian mingle? Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know. I wouldn't do that. But, yeah, you might have good luck on there. I do know someone who met their wife on Christian mingle, so... What about Hinge? I don't know. I've never used Hinge. It didn't exist when I was using them, so... The only one I ever had was Tinder back in the day, but that was literally it, and I used it for like 6 months and then never touched it again, so. After that, I was good. Grindr? Oh yeah, dude. That's not a dating app. I honestly recommend Hinge over all of the other ones. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to use them, but yeah, I've heard that one's decent. From people in the chat, at least. You going to try that game, or just what game? I already played a game for a little while, Luz. Like 10 minutes. I don't really get the height fascination, even as someone who's considered tall. Women like, strong genetics, basically. Height signals strength. To put it in the most simplest terms imaginable. Show her your Castlevania collection? Well, dude, when I show a girl my Pokemon card, she laughs. What the fuck? John Halo is strong because he's tall, dude. Yeah, pretty much. The walking Giga Chad. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's the same screen? I don't know what to play. I don't know. This is another one of those moments that I have, like, a mental block. Like, I should play something, but I don't really have the desire to. Brain fog. It's not even brain fog. It's just like, I don't You can get raw dog the Mario. I guess we can do that. I don't know. I can do a Mario Kart lobby, I guess. That's easy to have on in the background. Play Metal Wolf Chaos because of 4th of July. I can look it up. XD. Yeah, I think I've seen this before. How difficult is it? Is Deborah Wilson in it? It's generally considered to have a moderate difficulty level, with some sections and bosses presenting noticeable spikes and challenge. While the game starts relatively easy, later levels can become quite demanding, especially if you're not efficient at clearing enemies, or if you struggle with boss patterns. Lack of checkpoints within missions means that failure at a boss can require you replaying the entire level. Yeah, that sounds like it might be a no-go. Dude, I'm just so turned off by difficulty nowadays. Like, it's bad, but I just genuinely am. Like, in the past, it wouldn't really bother me, but it's like now, I don't know. I just lose interest in games so easily that if it's even, like, slightly challenging, it just makes me want to quit it even more.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Sounds like an attention span problem. Well, it's not going away, so it doesn't really matter. That's the reality in which I live, so. Let's see. That's why Nintendo is popular again. It requires less... Well, it's not even that. It's the games are just fun. That's the thing. Is like, they're just fun. They're not, like, ball-crushingly difficult. They're just gameplay-first experiences that you can play at your own pace. If you want to go hyper-autist mode and speedrun the fucking shit out of it, you can. If you want to play it slow and relaxed, you can. There's, like, optional challenge stages if you want to do them. Like, there's just nothing... You're playing the games because you want to play them. You're not playing them because you feel like you have to. And too many games feel like you're just playing them because you have to, and doing whatever it is you're doing because of that. I don't know. Yeah, Japan is a corporate hellscape nowadays. 2023 Perfect Dark with a 10. I'm 40 minutes behind, but yeah, I hate driving a 1 hour to somewhere just to have to leave 10 minutes later. When I visit Japan, I'm planning on staying there for a month. That's how much I hate long travel, short visit. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you go somewhere for a week, you know, it feels like half your trip is just traveling. It's like by the time you finally get settled in, it's time to go. Yeah, and that's my problem, is most games feel like a chore to me. Most games just feel like a chore. Like, I have no internal drive or motivation to beat games. Like, beating a game to me does not feel like an accomplishment at all. So therefore, it's like, I don't really have a desire to play it. Unless I'm just having a good time with it. Like, you know, doing a bunch of monotonous shit has zero appeal, because, like, okay, why am I even doing this? There's zero benefit for doing it. You're quite literally just wasting time, which, yeah, video games are a waste of time, but they should at least be enjoyable wastes of time. Why are you going to pay money to not have a good time playing a game? It just seems kind of idiotic. You play games very lazily and dialogue? Yeah, dude, I don't have a genuine care about video games. I don't. Like, there's nothing inside of me that's like, oh, I need to get good at this game. It's like, I don't fucking care. I'm going to finish it and never touch it again. Why do I need to become skilled at something? Like, I'm not building a skill set or anything. Something I care about? There's not really too much these days. I guess my dog and then getting paid. And I guess family, too, but if I'm just talking about, like, my immediate day-to-day life. How does Nier Replicant feel or look? I've never played it on PC, but Nier Replicant's a, I believe, better port than Automata. But yeah, it plays pretty similar to Nier Automata. It's a little slower paced. Nier Automata has faster combat, Replicant has a little slower combat, but they're both very similar. Griff need depression. Yeah, that's exactly what I need. Fucking pills. That's a great idea. Avoid the soy trans pills, yeah. The Looney Tune pills. I guess we can play this. I keep forgetting I have it downloaded. Thoughts on Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox? I don't really care, to be honest. I never played Helldivers 2. I thought the game looked cool when they first showed it off, but the community completely turned me off from it. The ultra cringe Reddit tier LARPing that they do is just insufferable. Oh shit, I just fucked up all my screens. Hopefully this is gonna work. Alright, let's see. I don't know if this is gonna work. Let me see. There we go. We'll see if this works. I may not be able to play it. Alright, let me just go ahead and refresh that. Let's see. Alright, I didn't fuck up my tabs again, so it might be alright. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. It just crashed. Yeah, I don't know if this is gonna work. It might be Jover, dude. Yeah, it might be Jover, man. Alright, let's see. There we go. Yeah, it's just an old PC game, so.
Come now, Alice. It's only a dream.
It's not a dream, it's a memory. And it makes me sick.
Now, focus. Wait. You're floating again. Weightless. A cipher. Relax.
I'm in hell.
Forget it. Abandon that memory. It's unproductive. Go to Wonderland.
I can't. I'm trapped in my past.
Sergeant, this girl's badly hurt. Call for a doctor.
No.
Yeah, looks like we're good, hopefully.
Forget it. Go to Wonderland.
I'd rather not.
Yeah, well, Alice in Wonderland is in the public domain. The book, at least. Obviously, like the Disney movie and stuff's not, but...
Where are you?
I'm sailing with a friend.
But anyone can take the story and adapt it.
Things have changed.
Change is good. It's the first link in the chain of forgetting.
What's happening? Are you mad?
I'm not mad.
Rabbit,
That's not right. What's he doing?
is something wrong?
Something wrong?
No, not that.
Don't struggle, Alice. Let the new Wonderland emerge.
Corruption.
Yeah, well, you know why the Mad Hatter is called the Mad Hatter, right?
My mind is in ruins.
Forget it, Alice. Block that dream. Waiting for the sound.
Because he's crazy?
There, Alice.
No,
There's
but
an
you know
hour.
why
It's
he's
exploded
crazy.
and there's a steam hammer in my chest.
Yes, well, the cost of forgetting is high.
My memories make me vomit. What can I...
Remember other things.
I want to forget. Who would choose to be alone, imprisoned by their broken memories?
I'll set you free, Alice. Memory is a curse more often than a blessing.
So you've said many times,
And I will say again, the past must be paid for. Now, before our next session, collect those pills from our high street chemist.
No, basically it was because they used mercury to make the hats. So they would get mercury poisoning, go crazy, and die.
It's my turn to forget, Alice.
Now, Charlie, your pa was hung for killing your ma who beat you. Let's forget that, shall we? The past is dead, Charlie.
I guess this is locked at 30
Find the
FPS.
door.
Ollie pinched me smalls.
Where bloomers?
The hell was that?
Smells awful.
Worse than your room?
Oh.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I'm guessing you have to play it at 30. Yeah. RIP. Oh well.
Wasting doctor's time.
I deserve my bitter tears. Want some? Mr. Payne had no idea how humble a home could be. If not for my drawings and the photographs, this could pass for my room at the asylum.
Doctor's pet.
Another day, different dream perhaps.
This place is all which particular memory do you have?
Oh, this deed's killing me, babe.
Oi, bruv.
Build a flat on it.
Yeah, I bet you could build a flat, bro. The UK, mate.
The Sandman's coming. Train of cars with moonbeam windows and. She ever work? Where's her flat? Too good for company. She don't get close. Hates being touched. Who likes it then? In a slap. Slide all night.
Puss? Puss, 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 puss. Don't be afraid.
I'm using a controller.
Like a real dog. No changing that.
Seems following fiery creatures into dark holes has become a habit.
No, it's not bad, honestly. Like, it looks weird, but it's actually a pretty good action game. It's pretty good, especially by modern standards, but, you know. That's most games these days. Did I miss you, I'm Key? Oh, yeah, dude. Like the night sky misses the stars.
My stars and garters. Alice Little. Slumming again, are we? Nurse Witless. What luck. Twice in a
Let's see. E-Man with the 5.
Out
Dan
on
Jeff.
your own.
Alright.
You look.
Hopefully it doesn't crash the game. We'll
Oh,
see.
then I'm looking at my pigeons.
Alright, didn't.
Pretty birds. Like you. I don't think so. Our last visit was
Granny got a
summertime.
schnoz? That's right.
I might recall where your mangy rabbit got to. Still a mess. No surprise. Her kin roasted like chestnuts right before her eyes. 10 years in Rutledge Asylum wasted everyone's time. Dr. Bumby won't do better. Still hauling out her questions. The fire, her memory. I deserve consideration, don't I? Who found her new clothes? Who got her a place at Bumby's? Where'd she be without me? On the streets, selling her backside. Likes my pigeons, though. She's doled out the odd pound or two. I know it's worth more than that. Kept her secret, haven't I? Heard her say, "Oh, died on my account, I couldn't save you." I've told her my silence is for sale. Keep. I'm a good sort, really. Not like her nanny, that uppity whore. Or that lawyer fellow Radcliffe took a stupid rabbit. Need money. Warned her I'd tell the coppers if she didn't make a donation to my upkeep. She yells and goes off her head. Does she kind of remember her name? What I heard.
Hell yeah, dude. DSV's fat wife. Britain.
Nurse Witness, do you mean to harm me? To send me back to the asylum? I won't say no. I've a thirst you could photograph. Need a drink.
Why is it getting so loud?
Pretty birds.
Oy vey, indeed.
Very upsetting journey, but I'm rid of Priss, or whatever she's become. At least the place I've landed is
Yep,
somewhat
no
familiar.
blur in the graphics, everything's properly rendered. Shocking.
Too, Alice.
Blasted cat. Don't try to bully me. I'm very much on edge.
Perfect. When you're not on edge, you're taking up too much space.
You're no help at all.
But you know I can be.
I'll frighten myself, when necessary, thanks very much. I was hoping to escape from all that.
Abandon that hope. A new law reigns in this wonderland, Alice. It's very rough justice all
That's
around.
Swan's cat,
You're
yeah.
here. You
Probably.
be on your guard.
Veil of Tears, dude. Lay edge. Okay, I can jump now. Yeah, I think once you beat this game, you unlock the first game, right? Like, the original game is in the files for this game. Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think that is a game.
Again, now this pirate spot. 3 times too wet for this girl.
And the meat in the sky, Alice, is merely a sticky toadstool, or spongy consistency, poisonous.
I don't remember if I ever beat this back in the day or not, to be honest. I know I had it at one point.
I've been down this road before. Good things in small packages.
I had it on PS3.
Though lacking a bathing costume, a plunge in that pool is in order.
My God, I'm shrinking in this potion. Shall I disappear?
Almost. But the upside is that while smaller, you can see things that are nearly invisible to your bigger self.
Ah, I get it. Right. Forests for the trees. Just the other way round. Short-sighted is more than a matter of perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game's like $2 on Steam, so if you're interested, I would say just get it. Why not? I think it's also back compat on Xbox as well, so for, I think, the same price.
The vorpal blade is swift and keen and always ready for service.
I've not come back here looking for a fight.
Really? That's a pity. One's certainly looking for you.
Flight or fight inside the tunnel. But flight often just means putting off the fight to another day. Choose your battle wisely.
So her main weapon is an oversized butcher knife, yeah. It's kind of an edgy, dark game, so. A license for that knife, mate? Well, this was back in the 1800s, so I don't think you need a license.
Gross and evil in a single monstrosity.
Activate Alice's float. Alright, well, I'm not using... Okay, there we go. Shit. It's Jover.
It's you again.
She's a
Alice.
looker,
You may
dude.
approach. Why would I do that? You want to eat me?
Yes, well, you taught me manners, and I've lost my taste for mad women. Strictly a porcine diet for me. Everything's better with bacon, don't you agree? Of course you do. Now, there are pig snouts scattered about. I heard a few behind the house. Go fetch them for me. But take care for the pests that block your way. Pepper them up if they do. They need spice, and you're just the girl to season them for me. You'll find that grinder serviceable.
Why not season your own pig parts?
Matter of priorities. My alabaster skin needs protection from the disgusting creatures running amok amidst the environs. But one gets peckish. Look, all you have to do is listen.
Yeah, guys, she's ready to settle down.
You may like the results. I certainly will.
She's ready to settle down and look for a good man. Whoa, dude.
Thank you so much for the snout. Now go away.
Yeah, they're gonna steal all my gold teeth. Oh shit. There we go. Alice is a baddie? More like a Maddie, huh? But yeah, I guess if you're into crazy chicks. Yeah, she's a femcel. What's a femcel? Basically an incel that's a woman. Brit. Would I date a girl failure? What do you mean by a girl failure? I guess it depends on what you mean by failure. Oh, Melanie back? No. Absolutely not. all art is propaganda? I don't know if I would agree with that. Not everything is inherently propaganda. Like, what the fuck is Mario propaganda of? Italian plumbers? Being able to bag, you know, princesses? Like, I don't know. A girl failure is basically the opposite of a girl boss with a loser, dorky personnel. So basically the opposite of a boss babe, so... I'm guessing you mean, like, unemployed... Doesn't have a super strong personality. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Just depends on, you know, the personality, I guess. And how attractive she is.
Could have happened that way, Alice. You remember poor Mr. Crook died, didn't he? Dr. Wilson suggested he was question, but I trust Mr. Dickens.
I guess I'm supposed to go up that way. Yep. Homeless in California, probably. You never know, man. Literally all guys want in terms of a personality in women is someone that's enjoyable to be around. Yep, exactly.
The Hatter's Domain, almost as I remember it.
Appearances, as you know better than most, can be deceiving, Alice. Much has changed since your last visit.
Dr. Bumby says change is constructive, that different is good.
Different denotes neither bad nor good, but it certainly means not the same. Find the Hatter, Alice. He knows more about different than you.
But does he know more about the difference between bad and good?
Making friends, Alice. You're as randomly lethal and entirely confused as you ever were.
I've managed without you so far, Cat. Return to whatever hovels home to you. I'll call if I need you.
Predictably rash. It's not a question of if, Alice, it's when. Now hold on, and as they say, shut up.
So typical.
Dude, now she's emo.
I've made more graceful entrances. I suppose I must be grateful nothing's broken.
You're getting hot? Hell yeah, dude. She's your type? Oh my god. I don't think you can fix her, man. Is there seriously nothing over there? Wow, that's kind of lame. She is too schizophrenic to be desirable? Hell no, dude. That makes her even more desirable. What are you talking about? Dude, you could be having sex with her and then all of a sudden she thinks she's a different person halfway through. Am I going to play at all? I don't know. I guess it just depends on how much I'm enjoying. Oh shit, wrong button to dodge. Dude, Wall Street's not reliant on the physical location anymore, guys. So that's not really a concern. Wall Street is just a location that the stock exchange used to be when you had to exchange stocks in person. The stock exchange is basically empty nowadays. The only reason it's still open is for like super high-end clients that want to trade with an actual, you know, in-person broker, but those are few and far between nowadays. Everything's done digitally now. The only way to cripple Wall Street is to actually cripple the United States, which, you know, easier said than done for all of our faults. We're a pretty stable country for the most part. Yo, he still hit me? Yeah, every game cheats, man. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Yeah, so far Mario Kart's my favorite game this year. So, I don't really foresee, maybe the Donkey Kong game will surpass it, but yeah, there's not really much that can. That still has yet to release this year. Like, what else is really left? Oh shit, I missed it? Nope. Shit. Death Stranding 2? Oh yeah, dude, definitely. Shit. Dude, platformers, oh yeah. There we go. I don't know, bro. The destructible environments to me is the part I really like. I love games with destructible environments, and it looks like you can pretty much destroy everything in that. Uh-oh. So you shoot it with the pepper.
He's... Brush yourself off, girl. The Hatter should see you at your best, after all.
Oh. H-1B visas are basically a way for companies to bring in foreign workers who do not have citizenship or would not otherwise qualify for a work visa. So basically, if I run a company and I say, hey, there's this person in Belgium that is the best at what he does, and I want him to come work for my company, but he needs help getting into the country because he's not a U.S. citizen, you know, you would apply for an H-1B visa in that instance. But it's abused to bring in cheap labor by companies who don't want to pay for American workers. So it's not an overall good thing. Yeah, it's meant to be used in extremely rare circumstances where you literally can't find other people to do that job, which 9 times out of 10 is not the case when they're used. Why can't I pick up that tooth? Oh shit. Let's see. Hero Shade with the 2. Happy 4th. Screw England. What's a kilometer? Exactly, dude. We only use freedom metrics. Hell yeah, brother. But happy 4th to you, man.
Lovely library was a fire trap. A conflagration waiting to happen.
I would rather live in America than Canada, personally. But to each their own, I guess.
No. Bad dream. A blasted good night.
Hatter, I recall leaving you in a decrepit condition, but not in pieces.
Oh, it's you.
What's happened here? You've lost your hat, and some parts are missing.
Missing indeed, though things being what they are. I barely missed their missing. As to what's happened, you should know that better than I. It's your place after all. I know my place.
When did you ever know your place, or how to keep it? Now what's going on?
That's going on, and round and up and down, into my ears, and through my eyes, up my nostrils, down my gullet, and winding in my gut.
Yeah, why didn't they ban left-wing extremism?
Oh, that doesn't exist, dude. That's just basic human decency.
This railroad's a bloody
Crazy, bro.
Pink is ferocious light, blinding, the noise hellacious.
Quite, Hatter. I get the idea. A bad train.
The world is upside down, Alice. Inmates run the asylum. No thanks. And worst of all, I've left tealess.
Tragic. If I do help, will you help me in return?
Cross my heart, if I had one. Find my limbs and toss them into the chute. Machines will do the rest. Be on your way now, that's a good girl. Best way out is through the clock face.
Is this India? Oh yeah, dude. Where you can look up a girl's skirt. Alright, I think I can upgrade now. Weapons. Oh, nope. I cannot. There's a DLC dress that makes you overpowered. Oh, really? I should find it and equip it. Yeah, well, look at the biblical definition of slavery, man. It's paying a 20% tax. Most of us pay more than 20%. Oh, let's see. Store page. Do they even have the microtransactions on this? I don't think so. Yeah, it might only be on console. Either that or it's already in the game on PC. I don't even know how you change your dress.
Expire substantial rewards in heaven. It is better to give labor than to receive pay for it. Fight the good fight. Work until you expire substantial rewards in heaven. It is better to give labor than to receive pay for it.
Which button is the umbrella? It didn't tell me the actual prompt. Let's see. Oh, wait, fuck. Dodge. I need block. Huh. You have to go to the home screen? Okay. Alright, I need to look up how to use the umbrella because it didn't give me the correct prompt. A button. Okay. When you're locked on. There we go. Oh, I guess that wasn't a projectile. Shit, I keep hitting the wrong button.
enlighten, brighten the way. The steps are steep, take them one at a time.
Payday for good workers has been postponed indefinitely. Payday for bad workers is cancelled. A good worker is a live worker, free to live and work. A bad worker is a dead worker, and vice versa.
So let's see. I'm guessing it auto-saves. Let's see if I can switch the dress. Extra content, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. What does equip mean? Oh, okay, there we go. So yeah, I guess you have to unlock them. You have to enable the DLC outfits and the INI files. Ooh. That sounds complicated. Alright, well I guess I'll just stop for here tonight. I don't know, we don't have to... We can keep playing this, I guess, at a later date. I may play a little bit of this off stream. Since I think it's like... Isn't this like a 20-hour game or something? It's pretty long, if I remember. I know I don't think I beat it, but I played for quite a bit back in the day. It's pretty long. Enable DLC outfits, Alice, Madness. Let's see. Go to the documents, games, open it with Notepad, and find the file GI spec, PC files, change files. Save the file. Okay, that's pretty easy. Damn, bro. Alright. I've got to go take a shit real quick, guys. And then I guess we'll do videos when I get back, so... We got a few things to watch tonight, so... We'll watch, I guess, Synthetic Man's Death Stranding video, too, if you guys would like. So... Give me, like, 5 minutes. I don't think this should take too long. Fingers crossed. But, yeah, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back, guys. Damn, man. Jeez. Alright. Let's see. So I guess,
Death Strand.
we'll get that ready. So we have this. Oh my god, that's annoying. You're back from an intense gooning session? Hell yeah, dude. I had to goon after seeing Alice in her hot goth dress earlier, dude. Oh my god. Literally my ideal woman. What was that? It's this video. We'll see. I don't know if we'll watch this entire thing, but we'll see. It's long, bro.
Happy birthday, son! Here is the Switch 2 I promised you, and you can have it as soon as I make sure that you're not making the biggest mistake of your young life. You see, there are a ton of amazing handheld gaming devices these days, and I think you should at least try them before making your decision. And the question will be,
son,
are you going to stick with Nintendo's latest, or are you going to take the plunge into the big boy pool? Like, because some of the PC competitors are
looks never mind.
Really big, not because adults can't enjoy Mario Kart.
Never, I'm not gonna say it.
I like Mario Kart. So here's the deal. You're gonna try 8 different gaming handhelds today. And if you like one of them more than you like the Switch 2, you can take that home instead. But there's a catch. Should you choose something other than the Switch 2, I'm not buying you a Switch 2. Just like I'm not gonna buy you the Segway. To our sponsor, Saley. Make sure you stay connected on your next vacation or work trip, E.T.
Mario Kart sounds Mario Kart World fun. The reason I'm excited for the Switch 2 is like a brand new console, and it's really the only console I know about. The new Mario Kart sounds pretty fun. Also the upgraded versions of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. The backwards compatibility is important because even though Mario Kart World might be better than Mario Kart 8, I might still want to play that sometimes. If I'm going to see my cousins, I'm bringing a handheld. Battery life would be kind of important, but I can also just bring a charger and charge it while I'm playing. So
it's not like a deal breaker.
It's not a deal breaker, for sure. You're gonna get me to try 8 consoles in an hour and decide between one of them?
Yes. Let's start with the 800-pound gorilla, the Steam Deck. While it might not be the most powerful of our choices today, there is a reason that it is the most popular. SteamOS is slick as heck, not to mention just plain more efficient than Windows. And Valve's understanding of gaming shines through in every aspect of its design. Its only drawback is that it has a limited game library. But that's only compared to Windows handheld.
A limited game library? I don't know if I would say Steam Deck has a limited library. It's got tons of games.
Compared to Big Red, the Steam Deck's game library is expansive, not to mention way more affordable because you can play most of the games that you can get on Steam. We've got a couple of games preloaded, but the most important one is probably Split Fiction, not because I think it'll be your favorite game ever, but because it is cross-platform and available on all of our systems. Any initial impressions?
This mouse pad is so cool.
Yeah, the dual trackpads on this thing, actually very cool. You can use them for mouse aiming with some practice, and they have haptic feedback, as you've noticed already. They also have momentum, so you can kind of throw them and you'll feel them vibrate. They're very configurable. And if you want to play something like a strategy game on the go, they're useful for that as well.
It's very big.
Yes. Is that a problem?
Depends if I'm like traveling somewhere and my suitcase is full.
In terms of the ergonomic advantages, a lot of people really like that about the Steam Deck, but no, it's not as packable as something like the Switch.
The D-pad's kind of small. It's hard to individually choose one rather than go diagonal.
I don't think it's a size issue, but no, the Steam Deck's D-pad is not known to be amazing. Do you want to play around with SteamOS at all?
SteamOS? What's SteamOS?
SteamOS is the operating system that Valve developed for the Steam Deck that only basically runs Steam.
Okay, sure.
You can use it in desktop mode with other applications, but it's actually Linux-based. It is not Windows or Nintendo. It is their own thing. So you've got the Steam button here, which allows you to access all of Steam, and this little 3 dots here gives you access to all of your system settings.
That's very quick and useful. I like that.
Way better than the implementation on Windows handhelds. It also gives the Steam Deck excellent efficiency if you're running lighter games like Dave the Diver, and it will instantly...
Yeah, his wife is Asian, so there you go.
Suspend and resume like something like a Nintendo, rather than taking a while to boot up.
You saw someone playing Yakuza on a Steam Deck in public? I've never taken my Steam Deck out in public. The only time I've ever used a handheld in public is if I'm sitting at, like, an airport. Like, I played Switch 2 at the airport, but that's the extent of my public gaming.
Like Windows. There are drawbacks, though. It's one of the least performant out of all the handhelds we're going to look at today, and the screen, honestly, not amazing by today's standards. Of course, there is another. Meet the Steam Deck OLED.
Is this the same as that one?
Well, not quite. The difference is right in the name. It's a Steam Deck, but with an OLED display, and it is beautiful. 1000 nits peak brightness, perfect blacks, HDR. They've done an outstanding job with this thing.
If this is the same as the other...
Perfect blacks? Is there such a thing?
Griffin.
Oh, wait, fuck.
Shoot him! He's black! Shoot him! Racism!
Your Steam Deck that just has a better screen. Is it just better?
Yes, it's also a little faster.
Okay.
And to show off just how much performance is on tap here, we actually loaded up The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, a Nintendo exclusive game, in an emulator, so you could try it and see what the experience is like. I would tap it. Realistically, I don't think it's going to be much laggier than the Switch 1, but it's not going to hold a candle to the Switch 2. However, what do you think of the display?
It's very bright. It's a lot better than the other one.
Yeah, I do miss the days of having like small handhelds. I mean, I understand why they have to do it because of the cooling and the components and everything like that. Like, you know, obviously you need a bigger form factor if you want more like performance, but yeah, I definitely do miss the days of just having like a little Game Boy SP or a DS or something like that, or even the 3DS, where you could just slip it in your pocket and that was it. But people want better graphics, so you gotta have a larger form factor in order to accommodate that.
But the battery life is even better than the original Steam Deck? Okay, why don't we move on? If more performance is what you're after, this may be your poison.
This is the same thing you have, so if I wanted to use one, I could just ask you to borrow it.
Okay, that's hacking. Hacking is not allowed. Back to the script. You may be familiar with this one. It's the one I use at home. Obviously, he's familiar with it, but for the rest of you, the main draw of the ROG Ally is the inclusion of AMD's Z1 Extreme processor, a chip that is so much more powerful than the Steam Deck that it easily overcomes any of Windows' inefficiencies. Well, as long as we ignore battery life in later games, and ignore the kind of kludgy general experience of navigating Windows on a handheld device. Microsoft has some work to do. By the way, this and all of the devices that we've got today are going to be linked in the video description. This one, the story for the screen is a bit more complicated. It's 1080p, so higher resolution compared to the Steam Deck, but it's not OLED. But it can do up to 120 Hz. So for supported games, it'll be smoother, kind of like your monitor at home. Oh, also, the interface for changing things, right there. So you can adjust your brightness, change your performance mode. You won't get much battery life out of the higher performance modes, but hey, it's really fast.
Okay, let's try turbo.
You're gonna get like an hour of battery life if you're lucky on that mode. Yeah.
48 minutes.
48 minutes?
Yeah, on that battery mode, yeah. No, you don't want to run it on that.
Oh, now it's so slow.
What if I told you there was an Ally, but with better battery life?
That would be cool.
Okay, let's have a look. Here you go. Brace yourself, she's heavier. Not by that much, though, when you consider that it went from a 40 watt-hour battery to an 80 watt-hour battery. They literally doubled the capacity of the battery, which results in at least 2 hours of battery life, even in the higher performance modes, and as much as a lot more hours.
Is this one just the same as the other one with higher battery life?
In general, yes. We actually made a small mistake on the RAM speed, so they increased the speed of the memory from 6,400 megatransfers per second to 7,500 megatransfers per second, which does make it a bit faster.
Oh my god, dude, I gotta stop watching the video right now. How can you get something that wrong?
It also has a little bit more memory, but in general, it's same, but better.
This one's way smoother and higher FPS than the other one we played Breath of the Wild on.
Yes.
It's also in the highest mode, though, so I don't know.
But what's nice about this is that it has such a big battery that you can actually run it in the highest power mode for an amount of time.
Seem like it's lagging a bit right now?
I don't know, you tell me, you're playing.
It does a little bit.
Emulation is not going to be perfect unless you have an extremely powerful system. And this is a fast handheld, but it's not an extremely powerful system even so. Okay, but why?
I don't know. I was just trying to hit something. I didn't know.
What did you think an explosive barrel was going to do? Yet more proof as if you need it.
Most dudes don't care entirely and are married to the mother, therefore the child calls him dad. You talking about single moms?
That no matter how good your gear is, it's not going to make you a better gamer. Now, there are some things about the Ally X that aren't great. It still has the same display as the original Ally, which is fine, and it's significantly more expensive. But given you're not paying for your system, I guess that's a non-factor for you. Where does this rank for you?
Probably at the very top.
What if I told you that you could have the performance of this with the removable controllers of the Switch?
That would be even better.
Let's have a look. This time for real. She is a chunky boy.
I've heard really bad things about this.
Very heavy compared to all the other ones.
The benefit is this is the biggest screen we've seen yet. 8.8 inches and the highest resolution.
I've heard that this Lenovo thing has a lot of problems.
That's 1440p up to 144 hertz. Small drawback. Remember the battery life issues of the first-gen Ally?
Yeah.
Basically the same.
How long would it last for in its highest performance mode?
A little over an hour.
Okay. What do all of these buttons?
His real dad is probably serving the rest of his life in a Vietnam prison. Yeah. He disrespected Ho Chi Minh.
On the back do?
Oh, well, those are paddles. So you can bind them to any functions that you want. In fact, a lot of the ones we've looked at so far do have rear paddles. One of them, yes, slides off the controllers. There we go. And this is cool. Ooh, that's a pretty cool use case, right?
That's awesome.
Especially because it's so heavy you wouldn't want to hold it. Why don't you fire up Tomb Raider?
The buttons are really small compared to some of the other ones, though.
It's not my favorite controller, but one nice thing is that on at least one side of it, it does have a trackpad.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
That's why I'm here, for the tech tips. Papa Tech Tips. At this point, seeing all the options that are out there, are you a little less confident that you want to switch to for your birthday? Or are you still pretty confident?
A little bit. These are all very cool and fast, and a lot better than I expected for such a small device.
This is just a gorgeous game that even a few short years ago, you would have needed a full-size gaming PC to run, and it runs on this. Of course, you won't always be able to just put it down on something, so you should try it handheld.
Okay.
How does it feel?
It's very heavy. If I was to hold this for half an hour, I think my arms would get pretty tired.
It does have another party trick. Check this out.
Oh.
FPS mode. That becomes a mouse. But that's something. That's their overlay. So you can see performance and you can change your modes and all that.
This menu's leggier than the game is.
Okay, that's fair. I would like to change gears completely and go from our heaviest device to our lightest one.
Can I get a longer time trying every single one of them before deciding?
No.
Do I actually have to decide today?
Yeah, but you thought I was like giving you a different answer on camera than...
I don't know. I'm choosing a console.
Yeah. Meet the PlayStation Portal. This is not actually a console, but the combo deal here is on offer because the price of a PS Portal and a PlayStation 5 is actually less than some of the handheld PCs that we've looked at today.
The joystick's not in a very comfortable position.
That's PlayStation style. You do get used to it, but yes, it is not my preference either. The symmetrical joystick position versus the asymmetrical Xbox style. I'm also not a huge fan of their D-pad style, but they do have advantages in their controller, and one is that their haptics are excellent. Also, this is, compared to anything else we're looking at today, the most powerful gaming solution. It's only 1080p, but it is a locked 60 FPS with absolutely gorgeous levels of detail. It's also the least flexible solution in a way that I'll explain in a little bit, but why don't you give it a shot first?
Which one's A and which one's B?
Not really a PlayStation house. I've never seen a PlayStation. Do any of your friends have PlayStations?
One of them does.
Oh, okay. Have you ever used it?
No.
Okay, well, it doesn't have AB.
Well, which one confirms and which one goes
Can't
wrong?
remember.
Okay.
Look at the visual fidelity, though. Okay, you haven't actually tried
I'm
the Switch 2 yet,
assuming
but
so,
here it is.
man.
Like,
I have no idea on the inner workings of the Linus Tech Tips family, so I would assume it's not his, like, stepson, but I have no clue.
look at the detail level by comparison. Another great thing about the Portal is Sony's amazing game library. But here's the thing. While this has the best battery life also out of anything that we've tested, the reason is that there's no game console in it. It is streaming wirelessly from that PlayStation over there, which means
I need a PlayStation?
Yes. Not only do you need a PlayStation, but you need an active internet connection to your PlayStation. And the closer you are to your PlayStation, the better the experience, and the farther you are from your PlayStation, the worse the experience, in terms of especially input latency.
That would be really annoying then, because bringing a PlayStation somewhere is very hard.
You can pay from elsewhere, but the farther you are, the worse the internet connection. Why don't we shift our attention back to consoles that are actually consoles rather than streaming devices? These are our last two. We've got the Aya Neo 3, which unfortunately didn't perform as well as we hoped, but has an OLED screen and this super cool modular interface where you can actually swap this around depending on what games you were playing and whether you want to be able to reach a D-pad or a joystick more easily. And
that looks horrid. Ew.
Same here for the ABXY and the touchpad. We've also got the MSI Claw, an unexpected standout. This ended up being the best performing PC handheld in our roundup thanks to some recent driver tweaks from Intel.
The fans are pretty loud for this one.
Yeah, you haven't even fired anything up yet. That's nice. Oh, do you want to try the modular interface?
Yeah.
There we go. One click pop up. That's pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Now is it in the configuration that you'd prefer?
Yeah.
Okay. Fire up a game.
Those fans are pretty loud.
They really are. Oh yeah, trackpad's working.
Trackpad.
It's definitely a trackpad. There's a joystick ABXY, so you wouldn't be stuck with the trackpad if you didn't want it. Just need more volume. Alright, now the fans aren't a problem, right?
Yeah, but I would never play with it this loud.
Okay, fine. Why don't we try the Claw?
Does this one have a higher refresh rate than the other ones?
It's not higher than all the other ones, but it's 120 Hz, which is at the high end, and because it performs so well, you are actually getting more benefit out of that higher refresh rate display.
This is very smooth.
It's a lot of performance. It's a chunky package, but you get a big 8-inch display and reasonable fan noise. In terms of battery life, it's between the Ally and the Ally X, but closer to the Ally X, like an hour 40 in even a very high performance profile.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good, but what it isn't as good as is the Switch 2. Are you ready to try the Switch 2?
Yeah, I want to see how it compares to these.
Still in the mix is the RG Ally X, the Legion Go, and the Claw. What do you like best and least about each of them?
Okay, this one, I like the fast refresh rate and the big screen.
So the performance, essentially,
yeah,
because
performance.
all of these have 120 Hz plus displays. But this is the more performant of the three. What about the others?
This one was battery life and fast. It's not as heavy as the really big ones.
You don't get as big of a screen, but it's significantly more total.
And this one, I like the detachable Joy-Cons in this little mouse pad and the big screen.
But this is a funny thing. Even though the Switch 2, this is now your first time holding it, I think, right?
Yeah.
Even though the Switch 2 is so slim compared to these, the same thickness as the original Switch and the Switch OLED, its screen is among the largest that we've seen at 7.9 inches. So smaller than the Legion Go, but
that's
just
pretty
shy of
big.
Wow.
It also has a 120 Hz display, and it supports HDR, just like the Steam Deck OLED. Yeah, why don't you fire up Breath of the Wild? Because that's the game that you've been playing on the others.
Nintendo Switch 2 edition.
Yes. For an extra $15 Canadian, you can upgrade Breath of the Wild to look better and run better.
Does it get any other bonus features?
I think so, but like, nothing that's a huge deal. You get another save slot, I think, or something? I don't know. The big ones are that it's prettier and that it runs better.
I like that it's a lot bigger than the Switch, other Switch.
Yeah, it's especially nice when you remove the Joy-Cons and you're using them in Joy-Con controller mode. Like, it's actually kind of usable. Also, this is sick. The Joy-Cons are magnetic now.
Oh,
so you just...
wow, that's way better.
Do you want to hear any drawbacks yet, or do you just want to enjoy it first?
Just enjoy it first.
Okay, that's fair, that's valid. Obviously, the interface is what you're familiar with, so if you want to adjust your brightness or volume or anything, just, yep. Well, hold it, but sure. No, what? You don't know about the... Go back in the game, go back in the game. Hold here. There you go.
Oh, I didn't even know you could do that on the other one.
I've let him down. It's not an OLED, but it is an HDR display, and it is pretty gorgeous for my limited time with it so far.
Everything's way brighter and cleaner than the other.
Sure is. Not only do games run at a higher frame rate, but the screen is a higher resolution compared to the original Switch as well.
Do these Joy-Cons have as much drift as the Switch 1?
We don't know yet. They might be okay, but they're not Hall effect, so they might not be okay. Yeah, all of our Joy-Cons drift really bad.
Wow, this seems way better than the other one. Wow. It's way better than the other Switch. The quality's higher, refresh rate's higher.
Am I
the sound is so
excited
much
for
better.
phones to start using fans? I don't think they will, but if that's the case, absolutely not.
Oop. That's so cool. Okay, these ones are so big. They're like actually the right size for my hands. And they're magnetic. That's really, really cool. It's so smooth. It's so much brighter, cleaner, faster than this one.
Well, yeah. And this is even the OLED. And so this has the benefit of having arguably the better display, but Nintendo didn't put in the work to implement HDR on this. So this is probably going to look better day to day. Although, oh, that contrast though. But frame rate lows. Yeah, so you can really see the color saturation on the OLED, but you get the peak brightness from HDR. If they do a switch to OLED, which they almost certainly will at some point, you would get the best of both worlds, but that doesn't exist yet, and I'm not promising to buy you one of those, so...
Okay.
Wanna
Yeah,
play Mario
let's
Kart?
play Mario Kart. Oh, these are actually big. On the Switch 1, these are tiny, and they're so hard to press.
Huge improvement. Dude, I'm in 12th. This is terrible.
There's an airplane?
Dude, and there's like wave runners and stuff too. It's pretty sick. There's another curveball.
What?
Asus and Microsoft have partnered up, allegedly, on the Ally 2, turning it into an Xbox-branded console. We expect that it will be everything the Ally X is, but better, and with integration with Xbox and Game Pass.
So then should I rule this one out?
Why don't we have
I don't know.
There's leaks. Employees just tell the world what secrets are being made.
I think I have sheltered him. Was it already going to be hard enough without any more curveballs?
Yeah.
Are you ready to eliminate anything from the table?
How would I get all of them?
No.
Okay, I'll put this one back.
Why'd you put that one back?
I put it back because it's really heavy and would tire my arms quick.
That's fair.
That one also has a worse battery life than this one.
Yes, these two both have better battery life than that. This is the most performant, but with less battery life, and this is the best battery life out of the PC handhelds.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the Ally 2. Kind of like an Ally X, but you can see it has more like a controller-style grip. We also expect that if the specs are what they are supposed to be, it will probably have the best performance out of all the PC handhelds, and probably the best battery life. But we don't know exactly how much.
Could some of these just not be true, and they're just lying?
That is possible, but don't ask me how I know. They're true.
When is it going to come out?
I'm flying to see it tomorrow morning.
Okay, so should I just not get anything and get that?
You have to choose something. You walk out of here today with something, with a choice.
Do I actually have to choose right now?
Yeah.
What?
That's life. Well, no, that's not life. That's content. Yeah. Here's our options. Big moment. Switch 2, Ally X, Claw, or roll the dice on an Ally 2.
How many new games are coming out for the Switch 2?
Lots. It looks like game developer support is going to be extremely strong. Plus, of course, there's the back catalog of Switch games. It is backwards compatible, and you can count on Nintendo to release banger after banger.
I'll pick the Switch 2 then.
Pick the Switch 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Based
I
kid.
ultimately chose the Switch 2 because of how many big games are supposed to come out for it, and I can still play my Switch 1 games on the Switch 2 if I want. I do have a desktop.
Yep. It's the it's the obvious choice. I mean, the market's already decided that. These PC handhelds combined haven't even sold as much as the Switch 2 has since launch.
And I can already play Steam games, but if I didn't have one, I would probably choose one of the PCs to get access to all of those.
The games are really expensive, over 100 Canadian dollars.
Each? Like, for a single game? Do I have to pay for the games?
Unless it's a game that I want to play.
Does it have any games already on it?
It has Mario Kart World, and you can play your existing Switch games.
$100? Okay, sure. Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
And happy birthday to our sponsor.
What?
Rocket Money. How much do you think you're spending on subscriptions? Chances are it's more.
Exactly. He has a computer and the Switch has fun travel game. Yeah, exactly. The Switch actually offers something different than a traditional console or PC experience, so that's the thing. If you already have a computer, Nintendo offers something unique. If you already have a PlayStation, Nintendo offers something unique. Like PC and PlayStation, and I'm including handhelds in that category as well, are basically the same device at this point. Like a PlayStation and a PC are basically the exact same device. It's just you decide if you want the PC or console experience. Nintendo is the only platform in the running that has something truly unique, which is their library of games, their superior portable form factor, and, you know, actual optimization, too. So, I don't know, man. Like, the handheld PC thing is nice in theory, but unless you're just playing indie games, it's not really ideal. Most modern, like, AAA games on a handheld PC is not a good experience at all. It's mainly just for, like, indie slop. And you're lucky to get, like, an hour, if maybe an hour and a half, on those portables. But, yeah, I would say the Switch 2 is the only really handheld you need.
More than you realize, especially if there's one from a couple months ago you forgot to cancel. But wait, don't need to do...
Oh, wait, yeah, it's just the ad. Alright, well, I guess we'll watch this now. You will own nothing and be happy. It's a Death Stranding review or something, I guess. Put on 1.2. And also up the quality. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. 1
Death Stranding 2 is the perfect representation of everything that is wrong with modern gaming and
I absolutely agree with that statement.
Modern society at large. As is the case with pretty much every one of my videos, people are probably going to ask, is Death Stranding 2 woke? Well, let me answer that question with another question. Do you think a game where you play as an immortal, autistic, incel golem that serves globalism, surrounded by women with superpowers who direct the story? I mean, Sam basically plays second fiddle despite being the main character. He has almost no character. Norman Reedus is essentially playing a Ryan Gosling-type role. In fact, this game reminds me a lot of Blade Runner 2049, which we'll go into later, but if you were working for the bad guy the whole time. But yeah, Sam has no agency. Fragile is a better main character than he is. Tomorrow has superpowers. Deborah Wilson's in this fucking game talking about how great mothers are and how evil men are. I'm not making that shit up. That really happens. And to dive, a little bit deeper into the conspiracy page.
Yeah, Kojima sold his soul to get his Hollywood movie, so it's gonna be globo homo slop from him here on out.
Here, I think this game quite literally represents what the World Economic Forum wants for Western civilization. Own nothing and be happy. And that's an order, by the way. It's not that you will be happy. No, you will fucking cope and lie to yourself and say that you're happy. That's what this game is really about. Now, having said all that, this is not a review of Death Stranding 2, and I'm sure some of you are going to click off the video immediately as soon as I said that, but I'll be honest, as a game, it's just a better version of the first game. So if you like the first game, you'll probably like this, but I would never in a million years recommend you purchase this because of what the game represents. And I imagine if you clicked on the Synthetic Man channel, you're probably against globo homo, for lack of a better term. So you really shouldn't be buying this shit, and if you're a normie who stumbled on this video, get ready to delve into the schizo iceberg, the tinfoil hat shit that makes people knee-jerk and write stupid comments every time. Because that's mainly what we're going to be talking about here. This is very much a black pill style video. On this channel, at least in videos, I try not to make content that isn't really about video games. Even when I cover movies, I'm talking about video game movies. But despite Death Stranding 2 being the inspiration for this video, this is very much about men in modern society and how we all lack purpose and have to cope. Because Death Stranding 2 is about a goddamn wagey who copes because he has nothing left to fight for. And yes, I'm going to spoil some things from Death Stranding 2 in this video, but something that happens at the end of Act 1 is a perfect representation of everything wrong with this game's story. And I want to talk about the nature of wage slavery games, because there's a lot of these now. I mean, Euro Truck Simulator was crazy popular on Steam, and I bet a shit ton of people still play.
Bro, some of the clips from this game look fucking sick. I've seen them on Twitter. I've honestly thought about buying it.
And despite the reputation in the early days as basically being streamer bait gimmick games made of Unity asset flips, or I guess these days Unreal Engine 5 asset flips, there's a whole host of simulator games that are not parody in any fashion. I mean, we're talking about like washing cars, flipping houses, working in a card shop, etc., etc., etc.
Working in a card shop? You can do that shit in real life. Flipping cards is piss easy. Why the fuck would you do that shit in a game?
And that's not even going into the various other genres that waste your time in various fashions.
Oh god. It does exist.
Giving you almost nothing of value for that time, like survival crafting games, or the type of MMO I can only describe as RuneScape likes, and basically every single mobile game that is designed to milk your wallet dry. And don't worry, this isn't going to be me just throwing shade at people who love to waste countless hours as a NEET because they have no purpose in life. I've been there and I've done that. I was one of those fucking people who grinded import-export in Grand Theft Auto Online because I had nothing better to do with my life. So just know I'm speaking from experience when I talk about some of the things in this video, okay? And don't worry, I am going to cover my basic thoughts on Death Stranding 2. Other than the gameplay, well, yes, I'm going to talk about the Amazon shipping shit, of course, but I'm not going to talk about the combat. Not that it's very good in the first place, trust me. So don't worry, by the end of this video, you won't be wondering why I didn't just make a review. I'm going to cover my most important thoughts in this video. So without further ado, let's talk about wage slaving in video games. So since I'm sure all of you clicked on this video to hear about Death Stranding 2, let's talk about that first. I'm sure your first question is, did I play the first game? And yes, for about 10 hours, that's as much as I could stand. I don't think I should have to tell you this, but I don't find it particularly
That's
appealing
about how much time I put into it. I think I stopped after 8. I think I made it 8 hours in and then I stopped, so definitely can relate.
As an Amazon shipping worker. No, I don't care that you're the last hope of humanity to bridge the broken connections between us after the 2016 election, which is supposedly what the game's really about. Now, what is that?
Yup.
have to do with using fetuses to see ghosts, connecting to the beach, which is like the afterlife, and your fucking sister bringing back you as a dead fetus, which caused the Death Stranding, and you're adopted by the goddamn president, and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. The plot was fucking retarded. I have no desire to go into the nitty-gritty details of the Death Stranding universe. As a post-apocalypse, it's really dumb and not nearly as interesting as Kojima thinks it is. All you need to know is, like, over 95% of the population is dead. This is like a true post-apocalypse, but not with cool mutant monsters like Fallout or any of the sci-fi technology, really, other than autonomous drones and exoskeletons. I mean, we're fucking stuck with electric vehicles that can't even drive up a hill. So most of the technology is pretty boring. You're not even really allowed to kill people, because if you kill somebody, it ends up creating huge craters, which is how most of the population got wiped out in the first place. But the real reason why you were humanity's last hope is because you're a repatriate, which just means you're immortal. Every time you die, you just come back. So it's up to you to ship everyone's important packages by yourself, the ultimate wage slave. Now, you could argue in the first game, at least you had some real things to fight for. One was to protect your BB, your little fetus, Lou, and the next was to find your sister Amelie, which of course was kind of a lie, but again, not going to go into that, right? But still, decent motivations to connect all of America, even though everyone's fucking dead, so there is no America anymore. And over the course of the first game, we were told numerous times that the female president is the only reason why things hadn't fallen apart even worse.
That's right, man. I'm with her.
Obviously, we know who Kojima wanted to win the 2016 election, the fucking moron. And he even almost directly quotes Hillary Clinton in the second game, as we'll get into a little bit later. So what you need to know going into the second game is basically Sam frees Lou and lets her grow as a normal little girl. Like, she doesn't have to be this fetus piece of equipment that people just throw in the trash. And so Sam goes off the grid, which is where we find him in Death Stranding 2, near the border to Mexico. And of course, Fragile, the hag from the first game, has to come find you again and rope you into a new adventure to link up Mexico. Yes, this isn't about rebuilding America anymore. This is quite literally about spreading globalism, because later we go to Australia too. We need to connect the entire world under the chiral network, under one world government. And no joke, they tell you twice that the UCA has no interest in global domination. Can you imagine if I just randomly said to someone, no, I don't want to kill all my enemies, I don't want to impregnate all sexy women? Would you believe me? And of course, we're given the illusion of a choice. If we say no, the game quite literally loops the cutscene back, and if you pick no again, it fakes you out and thinks you have to play the intro all over again. Haha, very funny, Kojimbo. So we decide to help her. We end up linking up all of Mexico. Meanwhile, she's taking care of Lou on her own in our bunker. And what do you think happens as we head back there? Yeah, Lou gets fucking killed. The baby that you fought for the entire first game, he got his happy ending, just living off the grid with his daughter, and she gets fucking killed. Now, of course, you might be thinking, oh, that is a great plot hook. This is to keep engagement going after Tutorial Island, so to speak, right? So that you're really engaged in the next act of the game. Okay, well, I'm here to argue the exact opposite. If anything, Sam should have no motivation at all to help the UCA, because he has nothing left to fight for. In fact, I can't show you the scene, because it will probably get this video age restricted, but he tests out his immortality multiple times, it's implied. So I know some people are going to say, well, I mean, at what point do you have to just move forward? And that is one of the major themes of the game, even though it's directly contradicted, like, right after this, because the BT version of BB, Lou, crawls back into the pod and reverts to a fetus, now like a tentacle ghost fetus, and you actually travel around with her. Go on,
what in the fuck? Yeah, dude.
More journey with your ghost, which I know someone's probably going to spoil the plot in the comments or whatever. Yes, I know that Lou isn't really dead, and it might be connected with another character that you meet later. You can probably figure it out by what song she knows. And I think Kojima's totally not a pedo for having an adult woman have the mind of a literal toddler. You fucking globalist, pseudo-toucan freak. But I digress. Let's finish up this little plot synopsis so I can get into the real point of this video. So despite having nothing left to fight for, with his only family being dead, Sam decides to pass through a chiral fight for with his only family being dead. Sam
well, more accurately, he's told to do it. Sam has no agency in this story.
Decides to pass through a chiral gate thing. Yes, now linking up all these networks has created portals that teleport to other sides of the planet, because you can't cross the sea and you can't fly through the air. Except we kind of learn immediately after this that they did create a tar submarine that can more or less teleport. So I don't even know why we need these gates, but who fucking cares? It's a metaphor for open borders. I'm not joking. This is globalist propaganda. I don't know how many times I need to fucking say that, but yes, this game advocates for open borders. I'm not joking. And I know I said this wouldn't be a review of the game, but I do want to point out one of the journalist lies that is going to become immediately apparent after a few missions in Australia. There were reviews saying this game has better pacing than the first game, as in like fewer cutscenes, more gameplay. That was just a straight up lie. I'm assuming some of these journalists literally only played Mexico and then wrote a fake review. Because once you get to Australia, there is 10 minutes of cutscenes after almost every single main story mission. I know that sounds like hyperbole, but seriously, this is reaching like Metal Gear Solid 4 levels of cutscene pacing. You get a 20-minute mission of driving around the giant empty sandbox where you just mooch off of other people's buildings, or at least that's what I did. All the generators, the roads, the zip lines, etc., etc. And then you watch 10 minutes of cutscenes on the submarine. Every single mission. The journalist just straight up fucking lied to you, dude. Like a blatant lie. This is like factually a lie, not a matter of opinion. This has worse pacing than the first game. But anyway, to get back to the plot, this is where you meet the new
APAC
president of the US, except it's not the president of the United States, because I guess Kojima's trying to say that what's left of America is basically one big mega corporation, and this guy is like the CEO. And he was not voted in. No, he was elected through an algorithm. I'm not fucking joking. This is so dystopian and disgusting. In a better game, I would think it'd be kind of interesting commentary, actually. But this motherfucker is literally branded on his neck. The organization he works for is suspiciously close to APAC. Yeah, don't ask any questions about that. That's definitely a coincidence. So the new president of the United States is quite literally a golem. He's a puppet. And I know there's gonna be someone who's already beaten the game and watched this video and says, oh, well, he was the villain anyway. That doesn't fucking matter. You're working for the bad guys the whole time, spreading their globalism with no player choice. You have no motivation, nothing to live for, no woman, no children. Yet you continue to wage slave anyway, because the cogs of society have to keep turning. That's what this
My OnlyFans models need me. Without my $500 a month, they'll go hungry, dude. Yeah, Kojima had to sell his soul in order to get his fucking disgusting movie. You know, with the, or I guess, no, they're not making a movie of that. I think they're making a movie of his stealth game, right? I was about to say, I don't know if they're making a movie on that OD game or if it's on his, like, upcoming stealth game, but yeah, dude, he had to sell his pound of flesh, so to speak, in order to be welcomed in to Hollywood. So you have to toe the line if you want to be accepted into the fold.
Video is really about, right? Sam Porter Bridges is not the real hero of this story. He's just the equivalent of the fucking garbage man, the sewer treatment worker, the Amazon employee. He does the grunt work that the women can't be bothered to do, who are the real fucking main characters. Fragile is the boss of Drawbridge, even though she doesn't do her whole teleportation thing anymore because of a sickness that she got from it, very much like a Kojima-ism to do that. You have Rainy, a woman who can summon the Timefall rain at will and reverse its effects. Oh, and she's permanently 7 months pregnant, by the way. Yes, Kojima inserted his pregnancy fetish in this game. It's a major plot point that babies aren't being born anymore, which there's multiple different ways you could interpret that into the whole globo-homo narrative. But anyway, the point is this bitch can reverse the aging effects of the rain, which kind of seems woefully underused. We, of course, have Tomorrow, who is a totally mysterious character we found basically in the afterlife, who just so happens to know the same song we played for Lou as a toddler, like right before this. I wonder who she could be. And she has magical tar powers that can even insta-timefall age killer death robots that literally like swim in the tar and shit. And holy fuck, this scene looks so goddamn bad. This is why I hate girl boss shit. And if somehow none of that was enough to convince you that Kojima is a leftist or that this game is pushing progressive ideology, just listen to this quote from the game.
Women and children and the weak have always been easy targets. In every conflict and disaster, we're always the first.
Oh, Hillary Clinton line.
Yeah. Millions of men die in war. Women most affected. Typical.
Hillary Clinton line. This is fucking propaganda. This is propaganda. Yeah, not the men who go to the front lines and die to, gunfire, explosions. Yeah. Are you fucking...
Millions of men dead in armed conflict. Women most affected.
Kidding. I hate Kojima. And look, I'm gonna red pill some of you motherfuckers. I'm not a contrarian who thinks the Metal Gear games are bad or anything. I think they're great games. But Metal Gear Solid 3 was one of the forerunners of girl bosses, okay? The boss is one of the worst, like, feminist characters that had ever existed at that time, especially in gaming. The greatest soldier who ever lived was a woman in the fucking 60s. You're an absolutely autistic, delusional, probably brain-dead weeb if you don't think that's woke. The only reason you don't is because you seem to think woke only existed after Occupy Wall Street, when feminism has been around in various forms for hundreds, if not thousands of years. I mean, there's an entire religion/ethnic group that is very matriarchal in nature that I'm sure most of my audience is very well aware of who I'm referring to, but
yeah, that passes on their eligibility through the mother's line.
To be a little bit less schizo about it, you can say, at the very least, a lot of what we consider woke these days started all the way back in, like, the 60s in movies and TV shows. And I would argue at least a lot of the modern definition of, like, progressive leftist stuff started with Marxism. But anyway, my point is Kojima has been at the forefront of girl bosses for over 20 years at this point, and although I do enjoy a lot of the female characters from the Metal Gear series, Kojima has always been left-leaning, but with Death Stranding 2, he's definitely played all of his cards. This is just Klaus Schwab's wet dream. I mean, I know back in the first game you literally eat the bug, and you're still doing this one for health and now for your battery life as well. I don't know how the hell eating a bug charges your batteries, but don't question it. But I think the entire gameplay loop of this game, the entire purpose of this game, is a perfect
Well, you looking forward to the Metal Gear 3 remake? I'm not playing any Metal Gear game ever. In fact, I will probably never play another Kojima game for as long as I live. I have zero interest in Kojima slop.
Example of predictive programming. What you're doing in this game is what they want the modern man to be doing in the future of society, to just do these meaningless tasks that we are gaslighted into believing are incredibly important, where in reality, we have no agency in our lives and we're fighting for nothing. The only thing that is stopping us from either getting some free rope or starting a Boogaloo-style event is copes. And this game even has all the fucking copes as well. I mean, you saw the thumbnail. I think you know where this is going. So first off, we have the like system, a very shallow allegory that's honestly a little bit too literal. I think everyone understands what this represents. This is just like the fucking hamster wheel, man. You run, and then you're rewarded with food and drink. Wow, okay. I built this road, I get likes. I like other people's stuff. We're all contributing to society, but this also supports the own nothing and be happy, because every single base in the game has their own resources, and they also each have their own private lockers. There's no equivalent to the Resident Evil item box except on the submarine. And you can only store a certain amount of resources on the submarine. So that means one of two things. Either you do a shit ton of fast traveling, which takes multiple loading screens, or you do what's more likely what the game intends, which is you build a bunch of infrastructure around the base, and then you take everything you can carry and go to the next base. While it's not quite literally owning nothing and being happy, you're never truly progressing other than unlocking new weapons, new structures to build, stuff like that. You have to start over every time. So you're on this endless grind. And what makes things worse is that these structures degrade over time. Now, I think everybody's gonna just fucking beat the game before they see their own buildings break down, but this endless treadmill of keeping this dead society alive, again, is that not the perfect allegory for the collapse of Western civilization?
Yep.
And there's also an alternative.
A managed decline.
Way of playing these games, which is exactly how I played the 10 hours of the first and most of my 15 hours of this one, which is being the equivalent of a welfare parasite, where you just use everyone else's online structures and then contribute nothing of your own, because why would you? Everyone already built the roads and the zip lines and the generators, really the generators being the most important by far, because you're mostly just gonna be driving in this game.
That's an allegory for modern day India.
Not much of a reason to actually run from point A to point B anymore, which is a good thing, actually, gameplay-wise. But the driving is so goddamn boring that, well, again, wouldn't you rather just play Euro Truck Simulator at this point? At least you don't have to watch 30 hours of cutscenes. And so if we're sticking with this huge metaphor about the game representing real life, after a certain point, just getting those social media likes isn't going to be enough of a dopamine spike, and there's not really an equivalent of video games within this video game, but they do have something else that has risen up in the past 5 years under COVID. They got extremely popular. VTubers! As you've probably heard, Picora is in this game. Yes, a AAA video game has a goddamn VTuber in it. Now, of course, my first thought is, this obviously reminds me of Blade Runner 2049 with the AI girlfriend, and I'm actually a little bit surprised that there's no equivalent to an AI chatbot in this game. That's really what it's missing. Instead, we get Doll Man, which is basically just a copy off of Mimir from God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, and they even make a joke about hanging him on your ass.
Sam, would you mind if I joined you?
No, you freak. Don't touch me.
His knowledge and experience will probably come in handy down the road.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Really, Sam?
Now we're talking about God of War.
What about shotgun?
Yeah, see, it was making fun of God of War. I got it. Which I think is actually one of the only downgrades from the first game to the second game. If the whole point of playing a relaxing game like this is just to chill and drive around, the last thing you want is some fucking asshole doll chatting about nothing on your hip. It's actually really annoying. It's one of the ways that it makes this game like every other modern game. That was one of the very few compliments I could give Death Stranding 1, is it felt like a semi-unique experience. Not truly unique because there's so many like indie simulator games that kind of do something vaguely similar, but as a total experience, Death Stranding still kind of plays different from other things, which makes it
Yeah, I mean, for like the first few hours, I guess that's a good thing, but then you realize, oh, there's a reason why other games don't fucking do this. Like, you realize after playing it for like 3 hours, yeah, there's a reason why no one made a open world package delivery game where you have balancing mechanics while you walk. Like, it becomes very clear very quickly that, yeah, this really ain't it.
Interesting in its own way. Someone who's played, you know, over 1,000 video games, anything that's a little different, I'm going to be a little bit more fair to critically, just because I'm tired of playing the same shit. But now that we have Doll Man, great name, that just makes this game even more generic. But anyway, to get back to the VTuber, so I'm not sure I even really have to explain what this represents, but for the sake of the video, I will. Modern men's society are essentially fighting for nothing. Many of us have no girlfriends / wives, no children.
Not me.
To speak of. Many of us have very little dating prospects in the modern world, and while it would be very easy for me to go full misogynist mode and talk about how online dating has given women impossibly high standards, I mean, 80% of women only find the top 20% of men attractive. Basically, any mid or even uglier bitch can sleep with Chad in a one-night stand, which is inevitably going to significantly raise her standards. Call it alpha widowing, call it whatever the hell you want. So because men have these insatiable libidos, they're willing to sleep with women significantly uglier than them, which is completely destabilized relationships between men and women. Which actually, if that's what Death Stranding 2 was about, it'd be a far more interesting game. But of course, that game could never be made. Bridging the connections between men and women would be something I'd at least be personally invested in. But no, the Death Stranding universe is very sexless. In fact, they literally have breeding programs, which is how Rainey got pregnant. I don't know if we ever meet the father in the game, maybe we do. But it certainly was not a focus of the narrative. No, it was about a strong single mother with time-altering powers, not woke by the way. But of course I'm rambling and going off on a tangent again. And so to get back to the point, we have no women, we have no purpose, and so we must cope in various humiliating ways. Whether it's talking to AI chatbots, blowing all our money on gacha waifus, or giving it away to women pretending to be anime girls.
That shit's crazy to me, man.
And it's important to remember that this is not necessarily pornographic in nature. This is an extension of the male loneliness epidemic. Young men are unwanted and unloved. And so we seek these girlfriend experiences.
Let's see. It's the 2023 Perfect Dark with the 10. I don't believe that's his kid. Oh, shit. My bad. I didn't read this earlier. The mom is a white Chinese girl. Tech Tips is a white guy. But the two kids are brown. Lol, not unless his genes was like, yes, overwrite me. Oh, and yeah, the only way I could explain an Asian woman, I guess, white male.
All right, awesome.
Having that,
Thanks, nigga. All right.
That child would be, if she was Filipino. But interesting. So she's Chinese. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I'm not going to dig into people's, family life, but yeah, that is a little sussy. And Daniel with the 5, all this bitching is getting annoying. Synth doesn't like anything and everything is subversion. How much of it is his feelings versus his shtick? I mean, Kojima, you know, is one of the most woke motherfuckers in gaming. So, I don't know, man. I would say he definitely does lean into hating everything by default, but I think this is warranted in this particular instance. Kojima is one of the most left-leaning, you know, the message-pushing people in gaming because of his obsession with Hollywood and his desperation to be, you know, accepted by his toucan masters, let's just say. So that he can finally live out his dream of creating a movie.
essentially. Now, does that make it any less pathetic that it's not porn? No, it's still pretty fucking sad. And I will have to preface this with saying that, yes, some of you know I'm on good terms with a VTuber, so don't think of this as I'm talking shit about anybody in particular. I understand why these people do these things, and yes, I still find it somewhat morally questionable to milk the wallets of lonely, desperate men pretending to be their friend, girlfriend, whatever the fuck. But none of that is the point of this discussion.
Yeah, guys, I'll pretend to be your friend instead.
Give me monies!
Point is it's all cope. These are all just ways to ease our never-ending pain. It's not going to lead to happiness or satisfaction with life. No, it is just staving off the rope. That is all it is. And it's not that there's inherently a problem with escapism.
Staving off the rope. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't watch any female content creators or any women in general, but yeah. I guess I can see the appeal to have any sort of female attention whatsoever if you're, like, desperate for it. But yeah, I don't watch female content creators. I don't watch VTubers. Bro, I don't even watch porn anymore, so I don't know. I just don't care anymore. Your queen, Pokey? Oh, yeah, dude. She's so hot, man. The only woman Griffin watches is Melanie Back? Yeah, no. Watch as I scroll past her video whenever it appears on my feed. There you go. Zing! Cap? How is that Cap? Griffin watches Sasha Grey? I don't know who that is. I'm guessing that's a porn star, but I don't know who that is, honestly. I'm not familiar with her.
I mean, we all need to relax after a hard day of work. Well, maybe not me, because I'm a YouTuber, but for most of us, if you're working some wage slave job, you want to come home and just relax. And again, I don't think inherently that's bad. When it is a problem is when you're just constantly escaping from reality, which is what I did for most of my childhood, which is why I don't have a real job. Because video games were significantly better than my real life. But of course, you become an adult, and after spending tens of thousands of hours playing video games, they're not as fun as they used to be. And that can really apply to any hobby that you waste too much of your life doing. And so that leads you to find other copes. Obviously, porn is one of those things. Don't have to go into detail, but I've obviously wasted countless hours jerking off as well, as many men have. And that comes with its own dangers, especially having to look at more and more extreme fetish material.
I'm not going to provide any examples of this on screen. You already know what I'm talking about. Bruh. Do we, though?
To feel anything. And to wrap back around to this girlfriend experience thing, there's the loneliness aspect. Obviously, during COVID, the normies spent a lot more time locked up, and the loner type people probably even more than they already did. And coincidentally, this is also when VTubers started to explode in popularity. It was clear that most people were kind of tired of the e-thought era. Because whack-off material is so common and widespread, the novelty's kind of gone. I mean, yeah, talking to these vapid whores could maybe be appealing for a while.
Ugh. Dude, ruined.
But it seems like, just based on a lot of statistics I've read,
absolutely ruined.
Zoomers crave real intimacy, emotional support, and
autistic retards LARPing as anime bitches.
Well, honestly, let's just call a spade a spade. They want love. Reminds me of that Doge meme from a few years back.
Silence, wench. I do not wish to be horny anymore. I just want to be happy.
And I don't need to tell you how popular anime is. And so, it isn't too much of a stretch, especially given how people can't really distinguish reality from fiction anymore in many significant ways. That people are able to delude themselves that an anime girl is worthy of their time, their affection, and worst of all, their money. And this is one of the ways that people keep living, keep being a cog in the machine. It is one of the copes, one of the reasons that Western society is taking so long to collapse. And so I'm not here to give you some kind of knee-jerk reaction that a VTuber made it into a huge video game. Obviously, I find it pretty cringeworthy. I mean, the first time I heard Picora speak in the game, like, just look at my fucking face, dude. But thematically, I think it fits the disgusting dystopian post-apocalypse future that Kojima created, where Sam Porter, the doomer incel golem with immortality, is forced to spread globo homo for no reward. His adoptive daughter now dead, he's fighting for nothing, yet you press on anyway because you are told to. Picora just represents another cope, a motivation for Sam to continue his Amazon wagey job without unaliving himself. Not that he even can in-universe. The only representation of roping is turning off the game and never starting it back up. Actually, it's kind of like Dark Souls in that way. The only way to truly go hollow as the player is to stop playing. And so this should come as no surprise, but the region that Picora is located in by far has the most structures that are all leveled up to level 3. I appropriately titled her region Simp Land. And I myself even contributed quite a bit to these structures because I honestly had no idea how, like, the social link mechanic worked in this game. As it turns out, really the only shit that matters is delivering stuff to her or finding the lost packages. So I ended up wasting a lot of time. And once you get her link to 2 stars, you get a hat. And you get to publicly humiliate yourself in the most autistic way possible.
Back up, back up, back up, back up.
This is what I wasted. I wasted over 2 hours of the stream just to listen to that. So yeah, that's the closest thing to a Death Stranding 2 review you're going to get from me. Obviously, you shouldn't buy the game. I don't have to tell you that. Everything this represents is absolutely...
Kojima sold his soul since Metal Gear Solid 4. Yep, he's been desperate to be, you know, taken in by Hollywood. So he says that he doesn't like making video games. His dream has always been to make movies, and he's forced to, like, actually develop video games instead. Like, he has openly admitted he does not like video games. So he just does it because it's the only way he knows how to make money.
Absolutely fucking disgusting to me. I think I truly hate this game. And not just because it's a boring Amazon employee simulator. I mean, you are a globalist golem fighting for nothing. This is exactly what they want for you. Again,
No. Fighting for your own misery.
Predictive programming. You do it in the game, you're gonna do it in real life. And so I actually don't want to close out this video here because I want to talk a little...
You're the arbiter of your own misery. That's what it sums up as, in my opinion.
Bit about the nature of wage slavery in video games in general because it's been around a long time. I've been doing repetitive, meaningless tasks in video games since I was a small child. My first MMO was RuneScape. It doesn't get more of a waste of time than that. Just mindlessly mining ore, smelting it, and smithing the same 100 weapons over and over again to grind up mining and smithing. For what purpose? None. I don't even know why I found it fun, except just the novelty of playing with all these countless other people that I didn't even engage with socially because I was always such an introvert, and still am. And I wish I could say that was the only game that I blew a bunch of time on for no reason. I also played Adventure Quest Worlds, which is yet another just clicking simulator, with each combat class in the game only having 4 skills, and there's like over 100 classes or some shit that you collect like clothing. I've even spent some time on mobile games I'm deeply embarrassed of. Probably the video game that I have spent the most time on in my entire life was a Facebook game called Marvel Avengers Alliance. Because believe
That's weak, bro. Marvel slop.
Believe it or not, I used to be a huge cape shit guy. My dad grew up loving comic books, and he passed down a lot of his comics to me. And so I loved superheroes until the movies kind of ran everything into the ground. And so I played this fucking turn-based...
I did not know that. I didn't touch a comic book in my entire life. The only comic book shit I watched as a kid was I watched the Spider-Man movies. I watched some of the old, like, shitty Superman movies. And then, obviously, like, Batman Begins. But I was never a superhero guy. At all.
RPG for thousands of hours, just daily grinding. It was essentially a proto-modern mobile game, and all that time is gone. The game got shut down like, I don't know, at least 8 years ago, and I have absolutely nothing to show for it. I never recorded any of that progress. It's gone. All that time down the drain. And after that, there was GTA Online. Yes, like I said in the intro, I spent over 500 hours in GTA Online.
Yikes.
Who knows how many of that just running import-export missions, just flying expensive cars from point A to point B, and occasionally selling my bunker full of weapons like every 8 to 12 hours or whatever it was. And while, yes, I still do have all those things, in fact, I might boot up my PS4 and show some of my garages here. Who cares? What was I doing it for? Just to run the Doomsday heist one time with my buddies? I'm not even sure if we ever even ended up completing the casino heist. Even Monster Hunter World, at least the base...
Much like other wage slave games, I have no footage of Monster Hunter Worlds. I was so underwhelmed, or wait, Wilds, that I didn't even get to the end game. RIP. I liked Monster Hunter Wilds. I thought it was pretty fun.
Game I played like a wage slave game, because the end game was just killing the same Elder Dragon over and over and over again for a 1 in like 1,000 chance of dropping an attack jewel. Why did I do that? Why did I waste my fucking time? I love that game, and I was ruining it for myself because I had nothing better to do. And that brings us to the game that I'm sure all of you know that I play if you've ever tuned into a single one of my streams, Dragon Ball The Breakers. Now, that's not a wage slave game necessarily. It's an asymmetrical multiplayer game that's somewhat similar to Dead by Daylight, with some elements from Evolve, if you remember that game from a decade ago. And I've spent over 500 hours in that as well. Now, although I've had a lot of fun playing that game, and like I just said, it doesn't really have wage slave elements to it. There's not much of a reason to log in every day and fill up the battle pass or any of that stuff. You don't have to. I have treated it like a wage slave game because I stream it so often. Out of that over 500 hours I've played it, I think over 200 were on stream. I have subjected people to watching this shit game for a countless amount of time over countless streams because it's easy. It's like doing my job. Like, streaming itself has become a soulless job when I play this. But I love Dragon Ball The Breakers to death and will be sad when it finally shuts down, but when it does, it'll just be yet another game in this list where I have nothing to show for all my effort except, I guess, a million stream archives. And again, I'm not here to shame anybody about this stuff. I think all of us have wasted a fuck ton of time on a game that is just ultimately meaningless. There's so many examples of this. Euro Truck Simulator, any
Halo,
MMO ever made, Factorio, RimWorld,
Call of Duty,
Enshi, arguably a shit ton of JRPGs. And of course, I couldn't forget basically my arch nemesis of modern gaming, sandbox games, and to a lesser extent, Western RPGs, at least the ones with extremely half-assed side quests and open-world activities. And another genre that I just absolutely despise that is shockingly popular on PC is the survival crafting games. There's like 1,000 of these.
I've gotten burnt. The only one of those I actually really liked was Valheim. I thought that one was fun, but then it started to get shit because the raids constantly destroying your base. That shit pissed me off.
And people actually pretend they're quality games. I mean, remember Pal World? The amount of people who were pretending that game was good just because they hate Game Freak is unreal. And of course, a lot of strictly multiplayer games as well. I'm sure a couple of those examples in there will probably piss off some people, but ultimately you just have to ask yourself, why are you doing this? What are you working toward? If you're not really working toward anything, that's how you know it's a wage slave game. That's why Death Stranding 2 is like a perfect example. I mean, yes, you're working to connect all of Australia, but why? Why are you doing it? Is it fun to drive from point A to point B? No. No, it fucking isn't. You're wasting your time because you have nothing better to do, and that is the real problem.
Yep. That's modern gaming in a nutshell. It's like, yeah, we know you have nothing going on, so we're just gonna fucking torture you.
Problem with your life, with my life. If we had a wife, if we had kids, we would not be wasting time on this shit. And if you are married and have kids, and this is what you choose to spend your precious time on, you need to reevaluate your fucking life. The real problem with this shit, at the end of the day, is not necessarily the NEETs. I understand why the NEETs play games like this. You got no job, and so you treat the video game as a job to replace that hole in your soul, to give you some illusion of purpose, some illusion to contribute to society because you are a man, and deep down, you want to be useful to the community, but there's no way that you can do that in modern society, so I get it. What I do not understand, what is truly the soulless NPC behavior, is having a job, working fucking retail, or in the food industry, or any of these other meaningless jobs that serve no fucking purpose. And then you come home, and then you fucking play Death Stranding 2. Those are the true golems. You were meant to have no inner thoughts. You cannot imagine Apple. You can't perceive breakfast. You are the perfect slave for modern society. That's who these games are really made for. Escapism used to be...
What does he mean by you can't perceive breakfast? Like, you can't... Like, what the fuck does that mean? I've heard the Apple thing, which is crazy to me. That shit's piss easy. Like, visualizing things in your mind, like, I feel like that's basic as fuck. I don't even have to think about that. But perceiving breakfast, I don't know about that one.
These simple power fantasies. You want to be the knight who saves the princess from the dragon. Well, of course, saving a princess is objectifying her, which is misogynist, so we can't have that anymore. We're not allowed to have any attractive women in video.
The hypothetical how you would feel if you did not eat breakfast? Oh, the exact same as I do right now. But yeah, no, that's easy as fuck, man. So just the ability to answer hypothetical questions, yeah, I can do that. That's piss easy. No internal monologue? Yeah, definitely. 50% of the population does not have an internal monologue. Scary shit, man.
Video games anymore. And if there is one, it's some Coomer bait sex doll like Eve from Stellar Blade with no substance at all. Men are not allowed to be men. You have to be a worthless cog in the fucking machine simping for an anime girl's PNG pussy. It's so over, man. It's so unbelievably over. In fact, you could argue it never began, at least for many of us. We are not even allowed.
Yeah, well, it began for other generations, but yeah, this current generation's fucked.
To fantasize about the things that we want anymore, because that's dangerous thinking. It's sexist, it's racist, it's homophobic.
How would you feel if Apollo didn't eat breakfast? I would be sad, man, because it means I failed as an owner, that I couldn't even provide my sweet little dog the meal he so desperately craves.
Anti-Semitic, buzzword, buzzword, buzzword. It's all so tiresome, man. And you guys wonder why I'm so unbelievably negative about video games. And let's just be honest here. I'm gonna turn 30 by the end of this year. In a better world, I wouldn't even be playing video games anymore. I'd have a real fucking job. I'd have a wife and kids by now. But no,
yeah, 87% of the population in the 70s was married by age 30. It's fucking crazy, bro.
Instead, I'm a 29-year-old man bitching about video games on the internet. That is the purpose of my existence, I guess, is my YouTube channel. That's the only thing I'm continuing for. It doesn't matter if I got, 150,000 subscribers and a bunch of money. That's just not good enough in this modern world, apparently, if you're an asocial spurg who hates people. And so, yes, this video was never really about Death Stranding 2. It was about men having no purpose in modern society. Because in a way, that's what Death Stranding 2 is really an allegory for, or the real lesson of the game is to tell you to push on even if you have nothing to live for. Just keep working that wage slave job, Goy. We need you. You're so important. We love you. But no, you can't have a...
Oy vey, Goyim. Maximize shareholder wealth.
Woman, you can't have children. No one will ever care about men's rights until society literally collapses, which unfortunately I don't think is going to happen anytime soon. And it's all because of these copes that have been around for a long time now, whether it's TV.
He does not look 35, dude. He looks like he's like 24 right there. Synthetic Man looks young for how old he is. So he does not look 30 at all. I don't know. That's not the face of a 30-year-old man, if you ask me.
Movies, watching sports, video games, pornography, and now we have even more dystopian things.
Griffin looks like a 60-year-old? Yeah, that's probably accurate.
Like VTubers and AI chatbots to keep us going. Since nobody wants to even look at modern men, much less touch them. God, isn't that fucking great. This has got to be the most black-pilled video I've ever made on this channel, but things are pretty bleak, dude. They're pretty fucking bleak. So yeah, is it any wonder why I don't care about the video game industry anymore? It's not that I hate video games. I can still play some good games. When I was playing through Gex 2 and now some of Gex 3 on stream, I was having a great time. Doesn't even matter that Gex is like a pretty mid 3D platformer by the standard.
Yeah, that's how I felt playing Duke Nukem. It's like, oh, you just don't like video games anymore. It's like, bro, I'm literally playing a mid-tier game, if not a bad game, from the 360 era, and I had a gay old time doing so. So it's like, I haven't changed. Gaming has. But yeah, most modern shit just fucking sucks, bro. There's just no fun. It's a chore. It's a job replacement. So, yeah, I agree with the premise of this video, 100%.
Standards of that era. Gex is infinitely more fun than Death Stranding, and it's
yeah. pretty much anything is, unfortunately.
Simple. It brings you back to the time of your childhood, even if I don't even get like a lot of the 80s references that Gex makes in the game. It's just mindless fun and take your mind off how bad things are for a little while. But yeah, you could argue that's part of the problem. I've read that comment on so many of my videos now. Whenever I talk about gaming is dying, there's always someone saying, gaming dying is a good thing, actually, because then maybe you'll improve your real life. Well, it's a lot easier said than done. Many of us don't really belong in modern society, and we've learned that the hard way. And as much as I would like to believe that, you know, things will just work out, I'll just get lucky and things will turn around, I find that increasingly hard to believe as I get older. So I no doubt will read some normie comments on this video talking about, oh, you know, just take a shower, smile, cold approach women, join a bike club.
Go to gym. Yeah, join a club. What is learn a new skill? Take a yoga class.
Or a cooking class. Just utterly worthless advice, most of which you have never taken yourself. No, the sad fact of the matter is most women are not attracted to most men, and most men throughout human history didn't even pass on their genes, yet most women did. Maybe get a paternity test if you have children. But I digress. The purpose of this video is not to encourage you to get some free rope. It's just to mourn the sad state of escapism and why we even need escapism in the first place. And I implore you, if you are wasting your time on something like Euro Truck Simulator, or any of these other numerous indie game simulator games, or even worse, Death Stranding 2, please find some better entertainment. Play some old, really good, solid single-player games. At least then, you can feel like you experienced something. It might make you feel, right? Just like watching a really good film or TV show makes you feel something. It's memorable. It sticks out in your head. A really good video game can do the same. Just please stop wasting your life with these completely meaningless activities. There are better copes, ones that you could at least maybe share with other people and not feel ashamed of yourself. And if you do have a chance to have a meaningful life in real life, please take it. And I'm saying this as someone who wasted half of his 20s, and depending on how much of YouTube counts as a waste, well over half. So I'll leave you on that note. See you next time, guys.
Approaching girls at the gym is a bad idea. Yup. Because one, you're probably not the most attractive guy in the room. And two, you know, approaching in any capacity is not a good idea. Unfortunately, nowadays, your ass is probably going to end up on the internet, the cops called, or being called a freak publicly. So, it's unfortunate, man. Truly unfortunate. It is Jover, bro. Damn, wasting half your 20s. I guess it depends on what he means by wasting. I have no idea. Like, not dating? If that's the criteria, then I've wasted, you know, 7 years of my 20s.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Well, it was a more interesting game review than actually reviewing Death Stranding, because Death Stranding's piss boring, man. So, I'd rather have some hard facts dropped than have to listen to somebody glaze another Kojima slop title. Sadness, hope with the 2. Feel attacked playing stellar ass right now. Yup. Because you can't look at ass in real life. Sad truth, man. But, you know, it's a cope, right? Creator's freedom with the 2. Sad fact. Synth is a porn addict. He has no grass. Yeah, I mean, I have sympathy for people with porn addiction because it's very, very hard to kick it, especially in a world that is so sexualized. Like, women literally only exist in one fucking frame of mind, and it's how can I sell my body for as much money, status, and benefits I can possibly extract. So everywhere you go, women are sexualizing themselves now. In every single capacity. It is impossible to get away from like any form of sexualized content. So breaking a porn addiction is borderline impossible in the modern world, unfortunately. So it's rough, dude. Very, very rough. Nero Redwood with the 2. Kojimbo is a hack. The Japanese soy boy. I've never liked him, and I'm glad I'm vindicated. I've never liked Kojima games. Griffin, you either need to get your Riz up naturally or buy yourself some drip and Riz up some shit. I don't have a problem talking to women. That's the thing. The thing is I don't want to. There's a very big difference in not be like a girl. I can't talk. Like, I have no problem talking to women. That has never been an issue to me. The thing is like, one, I'm not going to ask out a random chick in public because that is just a bad idea nowadays. And 2, I don't want to fucking sit on a dating app for hours a day talking to some fucking bimbo slut who just wants you to pay for her meal and maybe she puts out and then ghosts you afterwards. Like, that to me is just not appealing. Like, I don't want to go through the process of wasting hours and hours and hours of my life filtering through a bunch of hoes just in order to maybe find one chick who's looking for something serious and then agrees to meet, and then you either get ghosted or used for a free meal. Like, it doesn't appeal to me at all. So I don't have a problem talking to women, especially in person. I just don't enjoy the current landscape of what you have to do in order to date. Like, the dating app fucking world is just completely unappealing to me. I refuse to fucking download that shit. Oh, yeah, I would never bring her home. Absolutely fucking not. Dude, the only time anybody gets to come into my home is if I've known them for, like, over a month at least. Even then, I'd still be sketchy about bringing somebody back to where I live. So, yeah. Absolutely fucking not. You have a place, Griff. She would sleep with you to not just pay rent. I know it's happened to me, but I got fed up and cut her loose. Yeah, dude, there's no way. She's not living with me. So, yeah. Nope. Unless we've been dating for like a year, there's no way anyone's moving in with me. And even then, her name will never be on the lease. Ricardo Cumsocks at the 10. Got drunk, played wiffle ball with family, ate barbecue chicken and steak. Then we all played Bago. I am fucked up. My family cannot use as an excuse. They are the only thing that keeps my head right. Well, I'm glad you had a great 4th of July, Ricardo. Sounds like you had a great time. So, happy to hear it, dude. And happy 4th of July to you. And Nero Redwood with the 5. Only Kojimbo games I liked was Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, and the mech action game he made called Zone of the Enders, which was a good 6 hours a game. Oh, I've heard of that game.
All right,
before,
awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Didn't they do a re-release of it on the PS3? I think I remember seeing like a collector's edition of that in GameStop. Oh, so many moons ago. I like Griff better than Synthetic Man because Griff is fat but cute. Shit. Hopefully you're talking about my ad. Yeah, no. Thanks, PK. That's very kind of you to say. I had more fun with Metal Gear Vengeance. Good hack. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, it is, bro. This is a absolute spit and facts video. 100% though. Completely agree with it. People literally have parasocial relationships with Kojima on Twitter. Yeah, it's fucking weird, bro. He hated Shinzo Abe. Hideo would be a progressive Democrat if he was American. It insists upon itself. Why did you force me to do this? I just wanted to play video games. Turns out Kojima didn't held Kojima back. More like they kept his lunacy. That's what I've always said. That is what I have always fucking said about Kojima. He almost bankrupted Konami by taking way too fucking long to release Metal Gear Solid 5, so they finally cut his ass. So... No wonder Konami kicked his ass at the car. Yeah, dude, I've always thought he's a hack. I remember I bought Metal Gear Solid 4 for my PS3, and I fucking hated that game. I absolutely fucking hated that game from the very first moment I started playing it. The dog shit third person shooter mechanics, the fucking over the top, unnecessary cinematic slop. Like, I despised that game from the very first moment I played it. Metal Gear Solid 4 is one of the most pretentious, obnoxious, poorly designed video games I have ever played in my entire life. And then I bought Metal Gear Solid 5. Hated it. Boring as fuck. So... Phantom Pain? Yeah. What was it? Guns of the Patriot was 4, and then Phantom Pain is 5. Yeah, dude, I told people about that too. He went over budget like a motherfucker for Metal Gear Solid 5, and he still didn't even finish it. He didn't even finish the fucking game. He spent how many years making that dog shit? What? Metal Gear Solid 4 came out in 2007, right? Maybe 8. I don't remember. Doesn't matter, but Metal Gear Solid 5 came out in 2015, I believe. Like, he wasted 7 years on that fucking game. Didn't even finish it. And that was back in the 360 generation, when game development did not take as long.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Nero Redwood with the 5. Zone of the Enders got an HD collection on 360. It's available on Series S and X store. And Zone of the Enders 2 got a remaster on PS4. Okay. Yeah, well, Duke Nukem Forever didn't actually take 14 years to make. The difference with that is it switched dev teams so many times. Like, it just got, you know, developed, then shit can. Developed, shit can. Developed, shit can. Developed, shit can. Like, they just constantly, you know, deleted the progress, essentially. It kept getting developed and redeveloped over and over and over again. Kind of like what happened with Metroid Prime 4. Where they had a playable build of the game and, you know, it just wasn't good enough to release. Dude, I think he will give it Game of the Year, personally. I think they'll give Expedition 33 all the auxiliary awards. Like, oh yeah, dude, best soundtrack, best RPG, best whatever. And then they'll give Death Stranding the Game of the Year. But we'll see. I don't know. Nobody really talks about Expedition 33 anymore. The circle jerk has kind of ended for that game. Kojima is a long-standing circle jerk in the industry, though. And I don't think... Yeah, Death Stranding did not win Game of the Year. Which, thank God. But it also had a low Metacritic. This one does not. So by that logic, Doom 2016 did not take 8 years to make, but instead they fully restarted development in 2013. It took 3 years to make. I have no idea when they started development of Doom 2016. So I have no idea when, you know, id Software was like, okay, let's make the next Doom game. Did they release anything in there, like, in between? id Software Games. Let's see. Just want a list of all their games. So, let's see. Doom 2016 came out May 13th. Before that, they released Rage. So, probably they started development of Doom 2016 in 2012. So, about 4 years, maybe 5. So, there you go. It took about 4 to 5 years to make, which that's if they were working on it that whole time. But I don't know. I don't know the dev cycle of that. Doom 4 was supposed to come out in 2008. Yeah, I've never heard of that. I didn't play Doom until Doom 2016. I'd never touched a single one of those games in my life. So. Ricardo Cumsox of the 10 mainstream game devs are 100% gay and inclusive. All blacks and browns, so friggin' forced, a joke. They have no idea what they're doing, but the Jays are wringing their hands. Yep, pretty much, man. Video games have become just like movies and TV shows, and they are, you know, delivery mechanisms for political propaganda. Video games have become another delivery format of political propaganda.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Yeah, how long will it be until the Game Awards implements a rule similar to what the Oscars does? Where the Oscars, you can't qualify for awards on your movies unless you have a certain number of black and brown people in leading roles. I shit you not. Like, you literally could not win an Oscar for Lord of the Rings today. Like, Return of the King swept the Oscars the year it came out. That movie would not qualify for a single award in today's landscape, because the powers that be have made it so unless you force in diversity into your movies, you can't actually qualify for an award. So, it's just... But it's a conspiracy theory, dude. It's a conspiracy. You're just a conspiracy theorist if you point that out, obviously. You're the real racist. Nero Redwood with the 5. Capcom develops a game within 2 to 3 years, maybe 5. It outsells the previous one. Kojima and Western devs take 10 years, and it's slop. Yup. You know, we have more developers and more dev time than ever before, and the game quality keeps going down. Isn't that something? Ain't that just a silly old thing? It's almost like hiring a bunch of female middle managers that don't actually develop was not a great idea. The Academy has chosen it, yet ironically 95% of them are chosen. Yeah, exactly. It's quite genius if you think about it. You get to pick the most famous and influential people from your own in-group, who then, you know, shape and mold the minds of the young, impressionable female, you know, viewer. quite genius. Because this shit really only works on women nowadays. Most guys are awake to this shit. Like, sure, you still have the soylent chugging, you know, cocksucking.
Skip it up, the fucking loser faggot.
But they're few and far between nowadays. Most guys are awake to this shit. Especially in the younger generations. Yeah, and then you all say out of Gal Gadot, huh? What do you mean? Capcom has been releasing good games. For the most part, yeah. I would say for the most part. I'm just saying Gal Gadot ain't hot, and we all know why she has jobs. She was very hot in that old Fast and Furious movie. I don't know about nowadays, but she was definitely hot back in the day, bro. You can argue whether or not she was a good actor or not, but really, are we going to say that she wasn't attractive? I don't know. But yeah, obviously it's because she's Israeli. Ricardo Comstocks.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Appreciate it, man. Jays are white when they need to be, not white when they don't. Yeah, you know, it's like, oh, we need less white people, and here's why. As a white person myself, McSheckle Goldberg McSteen, you know, yeah. When they don't, these are deeply duplicitous. Yeah, it's like Islam, bro. Their culture encourages deceit and lying in order to further their own goals. This is only scratching the surface, not actually people, snakes, more like. Yeah, no, Judaism has the same belief structure as Islam, where they believe in lying to deceive people to further their own goals. Like, the Talmud and the Quran directly state to, like, Jews and Muslims to deceive, you know, non-Muslims or non-Jews in order to get ahead and take advantage over them. So, yeah, it's literally taught in their culture. Also, like Islam, they are God's chosen people. In Christianity, it doesn't work like that. Even a non-Christian who at least follows Christian values will go to heaven. Well, not necessarily. They have to accept Jesus as their Lord and Savior when they get to the pearly gates. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know how Christians can say that Jews are God's chosen people when they literally rejected the Son of God. Like... Yeah, if you reject God, which Jesus is, you know, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, the Holy Trinity.
It's one being. Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
You know, it's one being. You know, by rejecting Jesus, Jews quite literally rejected God. How the fuck are they God's chosen people to people who believe that Jesus is the Son of God? Like... That's just retarded and makes no fucking sense. You're not a Christian if you don't think Christians are God's chosen people. Because you're quite literally the one that God chose to save. Nero Redwood with the 10. The Capcom games don't suit everyone's taste, but I feel like They know their audience. Well, I would say that they have the most versatile lineup of stuff. Like, they have a horror game, they have hack and slash, they have a co-op monster hunting game, they take risks with other stuff. So they have a pretty versatile lineup, I'd say. I mean, they even had a third-person shooter with Exo Primal that was more like multiplayer based. So it really just depends. They know their audience for each IP, unless you're crying about Wilds not working on your potato rig. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is they operate within their niches, but I feel like they offer something for everybody. You'd be hard-pressed to not be able to find a single Capcom game in the past decade that, you know, doesn't interest you. But yeah, the whole God's Chosen thing is a fucking joke. I've never understood that at all. This sci-fi music? I can see what it is. Metroid Prime, Chozo, Artifact Temple. There you go. Why do video editors charge you more to edit in 4K? Takes longer to render. So a 1080p video roughly takes about the length of the video to render. And then, you know, 4K is about, what, 4 times that? So it'd take, like, an hour-long video would take 4 hours. I don't really think 4K is worth it, honestly, PK. I don't think you need to upload in 4K. 1080p is more than enough. Most people don't even change it past 360 on their phone. Nope, I don't do 4K. I don't. I used to do 1440p, but I really don't think it makes a difference, in all honesty. Nah, don't upload in 720p. You want at least the HD tag, which is 1080. 720p is no longer considered HD on YouTube, so that'll dock you. Yep, I remember when they had 10-minute limits. I remember when they had the 15-minute limit, and I remember when they finally lifted it. That's when I started watching, like, basically, I don't know the word. Like the montage of anime episodes, where it's like they would take 10 anime episodes, carve off the intro and outro, and just slap it together, and it would be like an hour-plus long video of like just the anime episodes, like episode 5 through 17 or something, like, and you could just watch it continuously without having to skip the credits or watch the intro or anything. But yeah, I watched YouTube pretty much since its inception, so I remember all the various stages. Yep, I watched Wings of Redemption way back when. Bruh, this music, what about it? Old YouTube had classics, yeah. Or, wait, class? I guess. Bruh, Virginia. Like it's some horror movie. It's not too far off, honestly. What part of Virginia, I wonder? Oh, he's in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, YouTube is really the only, like, social media I consistently used. Bro, what the fuck is that? Oh my god. Ricardo Comstocks with the 10. Muslims flood our countries, but I know who actually
Don't you
tweets.
fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck
The
up.
strings, it reeks of Semites. Well, technically, dude, Muslims are also Semite, but yeah, I know what you mean. I look around, apart from my brother, no one even realizes it. Everyone is asleep, so discouraged. Yeah, it's like that old meme, if only you knew how bad it really was. Like, honestly. Like, so many people are just on autopilot through life. They think, yeah, go to school, get a job, you know, blah, blah, consume the slop, die, and, you know, your life amounts to nothing. But, yeah. It is kind of sad, man. But at the same time, I do kind of envy it a little bit because people who are dumb are happier. That is the reality. People who are dumb or ignorant are generally happier in life. So, unfortunately, knowledge and, you know, I guess intelligence comes at a cost. And, yeah, you're probably not going to be anywhere near as happy as, you know, the Gollum class that just sits there and consumes mindlessly, enjoying their cheap dopamine hits in an otherwise meaningless existence. Did Griff also that Trump is granting amnesty to millions of farm and hotel workers? Those lobbies have them by the balls. Which doesn't lobby doesn't have the government by the balls. On that point, I would say look at what Trump does versus what he says. That's all I'll say on that. Like, maybe they won't do ICE raids on those places, but I don't think they're gonna do amnesty. Personally. They just probably won't raid hotels and farms, is my guess. Did a study on having a higher IQ means you'll be more miserable? Maybe I should get an IQ test. If things were better, the knowledgeable would have nothing to be said about... Well, yeah, that's a big if, man. No, I just think our modern world is just... It's unnatural. It's unnatural, bro. You know, for thousands of years, humanity survived, overcame near extinction level illnesses, you know, mass scale conflicts, like, and we kept marching on. We kept marching on, but now all of a sudden in this past like 30 to 40 year period, human life has been altered so significantly that it's unrecognizable to what it was throughout the entirety of human history. And we all, for the most part, lead empty, meaningless, just pitiful lives, for lack of a better term. You know, 80-something% of us would have been married by 30. Most likely you would have been married coming out of high school, or maybe if you went to college. You would be able to afford a home. You would have a job that paid your bills and gave you plenty of money to do whatever interested you on the side. You would have a community of people you could turn to if you needed help. You didn't have to fucking lock your door at night. You know, society as a whole has just completely and totally fallen apart. You know, there are no communities anymore. You don't give a fuck about your neighbors. You don't trust anyone else with your stuff. You can barely afford to pay your bills. You can't afford a fucking house. Most jobs will fire you if they even pay you remotely enough to cover your expenses. It's shit. Absolute fucking shit. We destroyed thousands and thousands and thousands of years of precedent for what? Everyone to be fucking miserable so they can consume more slop entertainment products, have the new iPhone, and, you know, have fucking taco trucks. Like, it's pitiful. You can, well, I guess it depends on what part of Virginia you're in. But, yeah, generally speaking, you're probably not going to afford a home on $80K a year. Now they're sounding the fucking alarm bells because South America's birth rate is plummeting. So now the great replacement is in danger because the South Americans aren't having kids anymore. No one's having kids. India just dropped below replacement rate. China's dropping like a fucking rock. Korea's dropping like a rock. Europe's dropping like a fucking rock. Africa's even down.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
So, globalism and its consequences are catastrophic for the human race, which, you know, it's probably going to bring about the age of test tube babies. So, we're going to have basically a future where children are scientifically produced by matching the perfect sperm and egg combo to create, you know, the perfect little worker bee. You know, oh, we need 10 more lawyers, so, you know, let's go to the fucking egg and sperm, you know, vault. Like in fucking Man of Steel, dude. Like in fucking Man of Steel, where they have the ship with all the embryos on board and then the genetic codex. We're going to have that shit. Absolutely. If birth rates continue at this rate, man. It's going to be... It's bad. Very fucking bad. And then the elites will rule over their golems for the rest of, you know, eternity. Until they can replace people with sentient AI, you know, slaves. Yeah, the only thing that's hurt by having a decrease in birth rates is corporations. That's it. The only group that's hurt by having a decreasing population is the corporations, because they have less people to sell shit to. But it also hurts the central banks because, you know, the deal they made with all the governments that, you know, they own the rights to print the currency of is you have to continuously increase your population if you want to, you know, borrow money from our central bank. So... Do you think women deserve blame? Well, they vote for it overwhelmingly, so... Whether willingly or ignorantly. But it's not solely their fault. Yeah, I'm very much anti-immigration at this point, dude, honestly. We don't need it. Nero Redwood with the 5. I saw Seattle had a fat con, my beloved state named after a founding father. What have they done? I hate libs. Yeah, that shit's gross, man. Celebrate obesity, dude. Getting a Switch 2 in Japan was hard. Well, now so am I. Griffin, you're part of the problem. Go out there. Go to the gym. I already do. And wait, cold approach and impregnate them on the spot. That's right. I'll just walk up to him and say, hey, bitch, see that bench over there? Bend over. Your Discord kitten hasn't responded to me in a week from now. Is it safe to say that it's over and I got ghosted? I guess so, man. Sorry to say. What about Raymond? What about him? Where is this banger music from? This is Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door, Bogley Woods. But if you want the playlist, I'll link it real quick. Want the playlist? That's the playlist. And Nero Redwood with the 5. I found out Arnold Schwarzenegger. There we go. I didn't have a fill. Was a Republican. Yeah, he's a California Republican, though, so a big difference. So California used to be red back then. Would you say he is based or... No. No.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Not based.
You shut the fuck... Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Ricardo Cumsocks with the 10. Fireworks around. Oh, yeah, tons. Tons and tons of fireworks. Like, I can hear the ones from downtown DC from my place. So, yeah, tons of fireworks.
You shut the fuck... Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
How did the Golden have it? Oh, he doesn't really care. I trained him from a young age to not react to loud noises, so he doesn't mind it at all. He just sleeps through it. I had lots of them going off around here. My cat took his position with his head underneath my pillow on my bed. This is his ultimate say. Aw, that's sweet. But no, my dog isn't bothered by him. When he was a puppy, I put like my big speakers next to his food bowl, and I would blast like explosions and gunshots and fireworks, sirens, everything. So he would eat, and then all these loud noises were playing around him, so he just basically ignores them now. But that's sweet that your cat views your bed as the safe zone. That means it trusts you. But that's cool, man. Yeah, luckily my dog's not freaked out by loud noises, thankfully. My cousin's dog used to freak out every time there was thunder or fireworks or anything. And it would dig through their bedroom door to get into the room with them. So it would freak out really bad. "2023 perfect arc with a 10. Judaism teaches deceit. That was something I thought about. Throughout history, the Jews were always seen as bad for some reason. It's not a coincidence that the same people are hated." Yeah, basically, the fundamental belief structure of Jewish people is that their morality system only applies to fellow Jews. So, you know how, like, Jewish people are associated with lending money, right? Well, in Judaism, you're not allowed to charge interest to other Jews. But because Goys are non-Jewish and they view them as subhuman, you can charge them interest. So basically, their entire morality system only applies to other Jews. So when you say Judeo-Christian values, it's not entirely accurate. Like, yes, the values of Christianity are based on old Judaism, but Judaism does not follow those values. They only follow those morality, like, values and rules when it applies to other Jewish people. Like, if you're a Christian, Muslim, atheist, basically a non-ethnic Jew, they view you as basically subhuman, and you can be lied to, stolen from, killed, raped, deceived. It doesn't matter, because you're not on the same level as them. Therefore, they can use, abuse, deceive, whatever they want to you. And that should be allowed. So... Griffin, you're forgetting to mention that most women in their 20s don't want to be mothers. Like, only way they're getting pregnant is by being hoes. Lol, but most won't get pregnant until they're 32. Yeah, it's because they think that they want a career or to sit in a fucking office cubicle, and that's going to bring meaning to their life. They've been completely brainwashed. So, imagine thinking there's a more important function in life than literally creating more life. You know, yeah, your fucking wagey cubicle job is really going to bring deep meaning to your existence. It's one of the biggest psyops in human history. Yeah, all the wrong people are having kids. It sucks, man. It shouldn't be this way. It should not be this way. But remember, guys, this is the freedom that our forefathers fought for. The freedom to be miserable. Wowie zowie. Would Griffin get pregnant if he was a girl? Okay, let's say the hypothetical question to that. Yeah, obviously. If I want kids as a guy, obviously I would want kids if I was a girl. Duh. Sus? How is that sus? That is not sus at all. How is saying that you would want children, whether you're a man or a woman, how is that sus? Oh yeah, that shit was funny. They tried to go after Trump for saying Shylocks. Who was the first one to cry foul? The guilty party. Would you say Nazi Germany was based? More based than our modern world, that's for sure. I don't really love the whole socialism thing, but it definitely is a more appealing outcome than modern day Europe. That's for goddamn sure. Ricardo Comstocks with the 10. There are certain biological proclivities amongst races. Culture is downwind of race. I 100% believe this. It's not cultural, it's ingrained biologically. Jays are a leech race. You can definitely make that case. I can believe that. I think there's a lot of leech races, personally. I mean, just look at what race has invented the vast majority of inventions throughout human history. So, hey, burning the books, yeah. Now I don't know how to tune out my kids. Fuck you, Adolf. You piece of shit. How could you? Jesus Christ, man. At least you don't speak German. That's right, dude. You'll just speak Mexican, Spanish, not even real Spanish, the Mexican version of Spanish, and Arabic. Wowie zowie, dude. Or a Hindu. Yeah, I don't know, bro. It is impossible for me to look at modern life and think, yeah, things have never been better. It's just, I don't know how anyone can come to that conclusion. We are fucked. Truly and utterly fucked. Most of my lineage is British and German and then some French. That's like my genetic makeup, apparently. So, my dad's side of the family is predominantly German with a little bit of British and Scottish. And then my mom's side of the family is British and then French. So I think predominantly British, and then secondary would be German, and then, yeah, French a little bit. Wait, so Griffin is a Londi, bruh? What the fuck is that? The fuck is a Londi? Oh, Blondie? I used to be blonde. When I was a kid, I had really, really light blonde hair, but as I've gotten older, it browned. So... my Aryan blonde hair. I don't have blue eyes, so... I have like kind of a greenish brown eye color, I would say. But more so brown than green. My hair got cheated? No. I still got my YP-po hair. Ricardo Cumsocks with the 10. Van Gogh was never appreciated in his time, but when he was dying, his reported translated last words always stuck with me. The sadness will last forever.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
That's brutal, man. I didn't know that. Yep, and then he died, and then the people who looted his paintings became 100 millionaires. Crazy. He lived a life of misery just to enrich those who never helped him. That's pretty blackpilling, honestly. Your entire life's effort is literally just to enrich someone else who did nothing to earn it. Devastating. Watch Melanie Mac? Why do I want to watch Melanie Mac? What is the video? Let's see. Go boom. What happened? Oh, okay, never mind. That's not her. Tomb Raider is struggling. Perfect Dark cancel. Another Tomb Raider game can't. It's over for Tomb Raider. Bro, is she just a Tomb Raider clickbait channel now? The 6-minute one. Okay, why?
Tomb Raider is in big trouble. It is
Oh my god. Dude, look, it's so gross.
confirmed that it is struggling. We know this. We can tell. But let's go ahead and dive into some
With the fucking nasty ass claws too.
reports and just talk about the state of Tomb Raider.
I just did my nails. Hold on, let me type something on my keyboard.
And what's going on. So we have here reported by Smash Lara, who says Kotaku's senior reporter Ethan Gach says Crystal Dynamics is struggling with Tomb Raider, right? I mean, here's the thing. Crystal Dynamics really doesn't have what it takes to deliver a true Tomb Raider experience. We've seen that time and time again.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. If she says anything about the jawline, her jawline is almost identical to this character. Her jawline is almost a one-to-one to that.
At best, we have the Legend Trilogy, which was not a true Tomb Raider experience. It's a very watered-down, play school version of Tomb Raider. Now, a lot of people still like the reboot games, and I get it. They are fun action games. Not that memorable, but they're fun action games. But they aren't
I like the reboot trilogy. I thought those were really good.
Tomb Raider. They're not Tomb Raider experiences. Crystal Dynamics does not know how to make a Tomb Raider game. Or if they know, they're just deliberately not doing it. They don't know how to get the formula right. They don't get the formula right. This is all Crystal Dynamics knows how to do. They take a dramatic story and center it around that, a lot of times over dramatic for no reason. Then they create gameplay set that is a bunch of set pieces, very linear gameplay centered around set pieces, right? And some mediocre action that Uncharted is far superior at, right? So that's that. I mean, we've seen they've had lackluster experience with the Avengers as well. Character designs awful, ugly. Well, you see what they're doing here? Awful, boring. You have the fans absolutely mogging them in everything that they do. I mean, if you look at the Tomb Raider level editing community, Delca made a Tomb Raider Legend demake, okay, in the classic engine, and it was far better than actual Tomb Raider Legend because while Tomb Raider Legend, a lot of people still have good memories of it, and aesthetically, it was fun. It was a very watered down, play school, babied down version of Tomb Raider. And for those who actually play the classics, you know this.
Look, I know I'm a purist. Wait, I'm known to be a purist myself. But, like, games got evolved past the 90s sometimes. Yeah, weren't the old Tomb Raider games, like, notoriously shit when it came to the gameplay? Like, they weren't well-designed games from, like, an actual gameplay perspective. They were really jank. The level design was kind of meh at best. It's just they were kind of the first at what they did.
It's like, if a little kid couldn't play Tomb Raider, give them Tomb Raider Legend, right? Because that game practically plays itself. So you have what's this huge focus on crossovers and everything like that. Hold on, let me find my bookmarks here. Because I wanted to point out, or it was Connor made a tweet, and I want to point that out because I think he just stated this so perfectly. He said, hot take, the reason we are getting endless random collaborations, merch, spin-offs, cookbooks, and substandard anime, TV, and movie adaptations is because Crystal Dynamics does not have the in-house talent to make a successful, modern, and faithful Tomb Raider game. Instead, they would rather lease the IP to third parties who are willing to inject Crystal's company politics into Tomb Raider-related media and lecture fans about colonialism in an awful attempt to remove themselves from inevitable backlash. Now that they themselves have to push out a new title, they find themselves stuck between a rock and a hard place because they've pandered.
Dude, I really wish I had money to make video games. You know, maybe someday, but where are the fucking right-wingers that are finally gonna come together and, like, actually start buying back some of this culture shit? Like, it's really irritating. Like, you have literal, tens of multi-millionaires who have, like, 3 million plus subs on their YouTube channels. And what do they do with their money? They consume the fucking dog shit slop games and then bitch and moan about them instead of actually putting their money where their mouth is and, like, actually, like, hiring people to make, you know, decent shit. You would make a lot of money. You would make if you have a YouTube channel where you consistently get like 500k views, you have an audience of 500,000 people that you could turn into customers, most likely. Because if they're into, like, watching your opinion on video games and they enjoy video games, if you were putting your money and expertise behind a video game, chances are they would go out on a limb and purchase it.
All right, awesome.
Because they'll
Thanks,
probably
nigga.
like
All right.
it. So, I don't know, bro. It's kind of irritating. If people pooled their money together, we could actually have something decent.
to small fringe groups who are expecting the franchise to be anything but Tomb Raider. They have effectively cannibalized the one IP that makes them profit and forgotten how to make a Tomb Raider game in the process. This is highlighted by the fact that the community's talent consistently outshines anything that Crystal Dynamics has released over the past decade, period. I agree with this, but I would take it a step further and say that Crystal Dynamics has released ever in the history of their Tomb Raider development cycle. Because again, while Tomb Raider Legend, that trilogy, you know, that has a fun aesthetic in comparison, the gameplay was so babied down and play school. Like, the fans make better stuff. Look at what happened with the Tomb Raider remasters. Those were made by actual fans. And Saber brought on fans to develop the Tomb Raider remasters. That's why they're fantastic. Because if Crystal Dynamics would have made them, they would have been awful. They would have ruined them. We already know Crystal Dynamics hates Lara Croft. They hate what she stands for. This is why they changed her. She's not allowed to be a Tomb Raider. She has to be an artifact protector and restorer. Restore the artifact to the demons. Instead of her Tomb Raider actually being a Tomb Raider. You know, the title of the actual...
Dude, why does she have an owl tattooed on her forearm? Is that Moloch?
Franchise. So we have another crossover that nobody asked for, and that is this World of Tanks collaboration. Okay, she's not ugly, she's pretty, but she's not Lara Croft. Let's be for real. This looks nothing like Lara Croft. For some reason, this is just what we're stuck with, because...
How does that look bad? That looks fine.
They're trying to unify 3 different versions of Lara Croft that look completely different.
Does she want troon-faced Lara Croft that literally looks like a male to female trans?
Completely different. They have different parents. They have different backstories. They have different motivations. They have different personalities. Everything about them is so not the same. You can't unify these things. So I would have rather Crystal Dynamics just continued with the reboot than this.
Dude, honestly, if I had the money to make video games, I would literally just make 360 tier games. Like, fuck all that unnecessary environmental detail and the obsession with motion capture and, like, all that bullshit. Like, I would make 360 tier budget games, like, in the $10 to $15 million range. And I feel like that's the sweet spot. We do not need photorealism. We don't need perfect voice acting. We don't need, you know, motion capture and face scans or any of that type of shit. We just need fun games with good gameplay, a good enough story, an interesting world to look at visually, and good music. Simple. Charge 30 to 40 bucks for the games, sell, you know, 1 to 2 million copies, triple the money, roll it into the next project. So, I don't know, man. If I get a lot of money one day, maybe I'll do it, but unfortunately, I don't know if it's ever going to happen. And by that point, will I even care anymore? Will the industry even be worth saving?
Even though I would still have no interest in the reboot. But just saying, stop trying to force this as some sort of unification. You can't unify it. It's just like the remasters are the best things that we've gotten because that's actual Tomb Raider. We have not had a true Tomb Raider experience, and Crystal Dynamics do not know how to make a real Tomb Raider experience. They don't. They never have made a true Tomb Raider title. They never have delivered a truly accurate Lara Croft, ever. And okay, yay, she's not ugly. Okay, well, the bar is on the ground if that's where we're at, and that's our expectations. So anyway, there you have it for this video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Thank you so much.
Dude, you know for a fact that Tomb Raider statue is seeing some shit.
For hanging out with me today, and I would love to see you all on my Bible channel at Bible Time with Melanie Mac, where I have daily devotionals, I have Bible reads, and I have Bible-based topics.
Oh my god.
I'm an evangelical.
Nero Redwood with the 5. Melanie is the same chick who cried wolf over the lack of milkers on Laura in the reboots, even though the Laura in the reboots is pretty cute. Yeah, I think that version of Lara Croft is the most attractive to me, at least, so... Yeah, I got divorced in my mid-30s. I'm a Christian. Jesus loves me. I'm turning over a new leaf. Wow. Ricardo Comstocks of the 5 Melanie Mac is a tatted out fake slut. I agree.
You're not a woman. You're a whore. You're a fucking whore. Whore.
She is the definition of a femme grifter. Her first job was with Ubisoft. Yeah, dude. She used to tweet like the LGBT community is like, you know, the pillar of game. Like, she's such, I don't know. She apparently is the daughter of a pastor, was a massive sleut, slept her way into prominence in the video game industry as a presenter, got married, her husband turned gay, they got divorced,
all right, awesome. Thanks,
and
nigga.
now
All right.
all of a sudden she's like the reformed, super Christian good girl that's looking for her soulmate. It's like, come on, bro. It's literally a run-through roasty that's been divorced, who has no prospects of getting a serious relationship or starting a family. So now what do? You grift the right-wing religion pipeline. Shocking. She said it's okay for her to get tattoos because men are allowed to shave and cut their hair. Literally just interpreting the Bible for it to be convenient for her life. Yeah, it's literally the Protestant handbook. Probably has a female pastor, too. Yeah, in the fucking... in the Bible, it literally says that women should not be pastors or whatever. Or they shouldn't teach men in the matters of religion. And she has an entire YouTube channel dedicated to doing just that. Like, you can't make that shit up. You go to woke church, Griffin, leave Melanie's pastor alone. I don't go to any churches in my area. They're all pride churches. They have the fucking gay flag out front and everything, so I don't go to them. Yeah, her primary audience now is a bunch of divorced 50-year-old men. I'm telling you. Her primary viewer base is divorced 50-year-old men who are so desperate for, you know, a somewhat tight piece of ass that they would probably simp over her and shower her in hundreds of dollars of donations, just hoping for that chance that, you know, they can slide in. Divorce, dude, man, bears, yeah. It's like that fucking meme of the average right-winger on Twitter where it's like a guy with the scruffy beard, the oversized fucking Costa sunglasses, and a fucking trucker cap. There you go. That's the Melanie Mac fan starter pick. Yeah, any woman that would tattoo her body like that is beyond redemption, in my opinion. Like, that shit's gross. Like, it's just disgusting looking. I don't know. Like, tattoos to me are so ugly. They really are. They're hideous to look at. I don't care about men with tattoos because when I look at a man, I'm not looking at a guy going like, oh, I wonder what he looks like naked. Like, I don't fucking care about that. So that is a completely different perspective for me. Now, personally, I don't think anyone looks better with tattoos, but it's not the same. Like, when I see a woman that I think is attractive, I'm thinking like, damn, I bet she looks great with her clothes off. And then you see a nasty tattoo and you're just like, oh, never mind. With guys, I don't think about them that way, so I don't really care. It doesn't bother me as much. When I see a woman with a tattoo, it makes me weep inside because it's like, wow, such wasted potential. Truly a travesty. You had so much and you threw away your gifts. Like, it's just sad. It's disheartening. You can never fully remove them. And plus, getting tattoo removal is even more expensive, painful, and takes longer than getting them done in the first place. So... you're going to be shelling out, like, tens of thousands of dollars just to get tattoos removed. It's expensive. And even then, they don't fully ever go away. They're still there. Just less visible. Brit has tattoos. Griffin roaster. I would never spit roaster. Nasty. Disgusting. Spoiled. Griffin, doesn't Dreamcast guy have a tattoo? Yeah, he did. Well, no, not Gears of War. That's Crap Gamer. He has the Diablo Necromancer emblem, which is similar to the Gears tattoo. And then he has the Bioshock chain tattoo on his wrists. And then on his chest, he has something. Like, no regrets or something. Like, similar to that stupid fucking meme from that movie. Our buddy Raymond made some videos. If it baits me into wanting to watch it, maybe. I don't know. We already watched a Doomer video tonight. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, fuck! Tattoos, dude. We were just alright, fine. We were just talking about tattoos, and he made a video about dollar store tattoos. Okay. Yeah. The fucking scribble tats. Alright, we'll watch it.
I don't think it needs to go without saying that body image issues, before you click away, hear me out here. Body image issues are universally shared between men and women. Man is never muscular enough. A man's muscles are never big enough. His arms are never big
Bruh.
enough. You can't ever be strong enough. You're never tall enough. You're never big enough. We all know the bullshit body image issues men go through. Women are, they
seems to change with the tides. It's
Yeah, literally me too, Ricardo. You know, I'm not tall enough, long enough, ripped enough, rich enough. It's over, man.
whatever it is this week. I've dated women that had bulimia. I've dated women with anorexia. It is a giant slog. It's a nightmare. As a guy, you are trained by females your entire life. Never, ever, ever make a comment about a woman's body. Never talk about a woman's appearance. She doesn't do it for you.
Raymond actually has bigger arms than I thought he'd have. Good for him. Yeah, apparently he used to be like 250 pounds or something, so he lost a shit ton of weight. Which actually is kind of surprising that he doesn't have bigger arms, because typically if you work out when you're losing weight, you gain a bunch of muscle. He has an alcohol video. What is the title of that,
She doesn't
Ricardo?
do a damn thing for you.
We can maybe watch that too.
And then conversely, men try to gaslight themselves into thinking, well, you don't work out for women. No, you do. You absolutely do. You maintain a certain amount of physical physique and prowess, because you really only have to get lose weight so you can, I don't know, hang drywall if you have to, or work on your own house or your own car, or lift more than 50 pounds in one go, because quite frankly, it feels good to be able to move a boulder up a hill some days. Not necessarily every day for a job, but some days it feels good to be able to do that. And physically not being 500 pounds facilitates itself towards being able to do that. Mowing your own lawn, doing your own freaking landscaping, doing your own work on your own house. Those are reasons to be in shape.
Yeah, and you just feel better too. Like you're literally carrying around a bunch of it's like literally strapping bricks to your chest and back constantly. So you just feel better when you lose weight, so.
Getting super muscular and super big and puffy for women, that you only are doing that for women, period. Or if you're actually deeply closeted and you're doing it for other men. So this, the women thing, we get told endlessly not to do anything for women. The women get to tell us endlessly that they don't do anything for men. So the women's self-image issues are about as bad as men's self-image issues, is that it's a giant crabs in the bucket mentality where, oh, we definitely don't do anything for men.
I mean, to be honest though, women, the only thing they need to worry about is just not being fat, honestly. Most women, if they just weren't fat, would be appealing to most guys. Like, guys like women who are like the cute, skinny mid. Like, you don't have to be a supermodel or anything like that. You just have to be, like, physically attractive and in shape. That's it. And have a good attitude. You don't have to be a supermodel. You don't have to be the hottest chick in the room. Like, you just have to have a good attitude, be fun to be around, and not, overweight. So, it's just very sad, man. They'll waste so much money on clothes, makeup, getting their hair and nails done, shoes, purses, all this stuff to look better, when in reality, they just need to spend a few $100 a month for some personal training to get in shape. Skip all the makeup and all that extra shit, and you're good to go.
Or for women, but make sure you tell everybody, other guy, that he better work out, otherwise women aren't gonna like him. See the freaking duality that makes no sense there? Gen Z's important message on why women need to zoom out goes viral. And this just, it made me, I'm not gonna play the music or anything, but look, dollar store tattoos, and I'm gonna go down to the image. Dollar store tattoos, thank you 50 in the chat for 50 Shades for
waste.
Giving me that wonderful little pithy name for what this is. These horrible tattoos women put all over themselves. God, and look at her. She's just so fucking painfully average looking. So fucking painfully average. Showing your tits in that little top. And she's got the cross between her tits right there. Oh, yes. Raymond, you're going really hard on this bitch. Yes, I am. She's got all the hallmarks of the average 25-year-old girl boss that doesn't want anything to do with you. Dollar store tattoos, the low-cut shirt with the very average tits and the kind of pudgy little gut that's coming out underneath it, the crucifix between the goddamn tits, the underbite, overbite, whatever that's called. And people give me shit about my jawline. The guffaw smile with the gummy smile. You ever seen that woman with the gummy smile? Ha 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 ha. AOC kind of has a gummy smile, kind of like a donkey. Every time AOC talks, I think of a donkey. You're a donkey, Shrek.
Yeah, because I want to take that bitch for a ride. Hell yeah.
Boy, this went off the rails real fast. And what do I care? These 25-year-old women want nothing to do with me anyway. Gen Z's important message on why women need to zoom out goes viral. And let me guess, they're not going to say a word about doing any of this for a man. Fucking dollar store tattoos all over her body. It's showing her legs. She has nice legs. I don't know, whatever. Who gives a fuck? So I'm sure the message is going to be zoom out.
Look how ugly those jean shorts are. That is, bruh. Who told her that's a good look? Is she trying to look like a fucking homeless man? Like, I don't know.
You're spending time with your girlies. Not a man in sight. Not a man in sight by Lucy Notaratino. Who is Lucy? Oh, that's blocked. Okay, so let's go to...
What is it with all these chicks wearing crosses? They think wearing a cross will absolve them of all their degeneracy. It's like the literal fucking porn stars that will wear a cross and say that, you know, Jesus doesn't care. It's like, holy fuck, dude. Ricardo Cumsucks.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
My Raymond spirit animal of his was his video 3 years sober. All right, yeah, we'll take a look at it. We'll take a look at it.
Lucy Notaratino. Let's copy that. Let's search LinkedIn. Lucy Notaratino, senior lifestyle and trending reporter. Boy, she looks like a senior. 29 years old. She looks older than I am. Fuck. Look, you already know what day this is. I'm not talking about today just because I don't want to. We're going to talk about Haggy McHagmaxery.
Haggy McHagmaxery.
And she's a 29-year-old. She's 29, guys.
I don't know if 29 qualifies as hag-maxing, but yeah, age has not been kind to her. It's probably all the fucking tanning booths and, you know, makeup that just ages you.
She looks like she's my age. She legitimately looks like she's my age. Senior Lifestyle Newsweek, content editor. And I'm sure she's very nice. Except to any guy except for me. She'd be nice too. And that's solely based on my fucking looks. Creator's new agency, Birmingham, England, University of Derby.
Oh, she's British. Never mind. That explains it.
What the fuck is University of Derby?
British women do not age very well.
Where is University of Derby? Derbyshire. Oh, so she's across the ponder. So she lives in England. Oh,
dude, yeah. Bonnie Blue is the most soulless looking chick I have ever seen. Like, she literally looks like a fucking, like, shriveled husk of a human being. She is actually, like, a soulless fucking demon, bro.
Oh, she lives in England. Okay, so she's, like, authentically English. Is that why she has brown hair and is super tan? Yeah, I know a lot of English women with brown hair that are super tan. Yeah, okay. God. Boy, Raymond's just hitting all of the virtue signal, like, does not play with others signaling right now, isn't he? Yes, I am. A 25-year-old woman who spends... I gotta read this in an English accent because I'm from England and I'm better than you and I have brown hair. Totally brown, black hair from England. A 25-year-old woman who spent years picking apart photos of herself before posting or deleting them has shared a powerful message on Instagram, racking up more than 3.4 million views. Emma Kirsty Fraser. Wait a minute. Her first name is hyphenated? How is her first name hyphenated? Who the fuck is this? Emma Kirsty Fraser. Boy, you are a mid if there was ever a mid. Forestry manager? Is this her? Oh, she likes dogs. Yeah, she's super mid. She's mid enough she might even like me. No, she does stuff outdoors. She's on construction. Oh, she's super... Oh. Yeah, that guy standing next to her right there is in love with her.
See, like, the thing is, bro, is like a chick like this, I would say 70% of dudes would 100% go for. Absolutely. This is all guys really care about. Is, you know, be in good shape, look decent, and be fun to be around. So, it's just that simple.
Her. Look at this guy. Somebody get the green lines out. Somebody get the green lines out. I swear to God. Somebody get the fucking green lines out. Look at this. Look at this. She's the job site beautiful mid around these horny mid 20-something dudes who just, yeah, she's had sex with this one on the left. This guy in the middle really hoped for it.
Yeah, she's had sex with the guy on the left.
And this guy is like her friend, but you know she's banged this guy because he's the tallest one of them and has the confident look on his face.
What the fuck? Oh, holy shit.
The other two are kind of like deer in the headlights look.
Oh
No hate against any of these guys. Obviously, no hate against any of these guys. But yeah, I've been around this girl who knows she is like the situation. You know how Clary and all those guys talk about situational alphas and bullshit? Women do the same exact thing.
Hey,
they do the same exact thing. They pick a fucking domain of competency. She's on her little construction site. She's got her cute little hard hat on and her hair all parted and blowing everywhere. Yeah, go use a saw with your hair.
Watch this not even be the chicken. It's possible.
Or sticking down like that. All over the place.
It doesn't look like the chick in the article, but maybe it is.
Your hair is just out there like Eddie Vedder. Your hair is everywhere, screaming infidelities.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're really running us all with your safety equipment with your hot little blonde hair down there like that. Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the chick.
That doesn't look like her.
Gotta be. Because look, she kind of even vaguely looks like that girl. 25-year-old woman. Is she 25?
Nah, that's not the same person.
I might have just really went after this girl for no reason. Riding for the Disabled, 2015. Okay, so education, 2015. High school, 2014. If you graduated high school in 2014, what is that? Minus 18, that's 1996. 1996 minus 2025. 29, so probably not the same girl. But what I'm just saying...
Whoops.
Is this is a brutal truth, guys. You see a girl that looks like this with all these guys, she's banged one of them, and the others are hopelessly in love with her. That's been my experience. And yes, I've always been the one hopelessly in love. God, I'm sad. I am so fucking sad. It's not even funny. Oh, here, I think this is her. Kirsty Fraser Wade. Wait, she really... Emma Kirsty. Why would you hyphenate your first name? Okay, I went down that whole diatribe. Because she had an Emma, she had a hyphenated first name. Emma Kirsty Fraser posted a candid photo of herself laughing with a friend alongside the caption, "Zoom out, I beg. I think it's quite terrifying when you realize how much brainwashing it took to get you to zoom in and criticize yourself for so much detail. Holy shit. You zoomed in on your shitty dollar store tattoos. Look at this. What is this? They look like fucking dollar store tattoos. They look like...
Nah, it looks like some fucking retarded kid took a fucking ballpoint pen and scribbled on your skin. It looks like the type of shit that somebody would doodle in their notebook while they're bored in class.
Those goddamn temporary tattoos. Somebody explain this to me. Actually, I'm shocked that she doesn't have a piece of metal in her face. Right below her nose right there. I'm shocked. Somebody explain this to me. Why women put these temporary tattoo looking... Like they're those little... They look like the temporary tattoos that you'd get at the dollar store when you were 7 years old. And these 25-year-old girls just cover their arms in them. Kamala Harris's daughter had the damn thing.
Yeah, it looks like, you guys remember that hold on. If you know, you know. This fucking bullshit, bro. Do you guys remember this? This S? That's what it reminds me of. Like, it's literally just a compilation of dog shit like this tattooed all over the fucking place randomly. You know, like, you would spend a few hours in class just, like, drawing this S over and over and over again in your fucking notes, trying to get the shape right and everything, yeah. That's what it reminds me of.
Things like that. And she was a model. God. Fucking dominatrix looking ass. Okay, Ordinary M is her Instagram. Let's look. Let's see how ordinary she actually is. Oh, don't worry, guys. Yeah. She got her boy toy hunk married. She got married.
Oh, blimey. Oh, my.
Married, guys. Don't worry. Ordinary M is off the market. They always get their fucking full... And look at this. You want a black pill? Look at this. She's caressing his thick, curly locks. No beard. Got the little stubble thing going on. No glasses. Her face is up. Look at her face. Look at that. She's got that, like, Ursula look to her face. Like...
Bruh.
Raymond, aren't you being a little harsh? Yeah, I am. I'm sorry. You know, you guys bitch about my glasses. Look at these glasses. The bottom left there. What the fuck? And she's got no bra on. Dollar store tattoos. This is the middest of the mid fucking white girls. This one right in the middle. Well, Runna does. With her dollar store tattoos. Her hoo-ha's out. Look at these tights. These little tights they wear.
Oh my god.
All wear this. They wear these like skin...
I do not have broccoli hair. Thank God.
Hugging little booty short tight things with these like super scrawny skin hugging tops where you can see everything, and they might as well not be wearing clothes at all. And they wear this to the grocery store. They wear this out to Walmart. They wear this shit out in public. Like, look at her, Ultra Attempt Bleeding Edition, and she's like, oh, I'm struggling and jogging. And yet look, the next picture is her stuffing her face. But don't worry, guys, she got her man. These are your normie conforming white girls, and they want the broccoli haired full head of hair man with her dollar store. Look how many tattoos she has. And she...
Yeah, that's gross, dude. Like, ugh.
He's saying, oh, I focus too much on my arm. I focus too much on my leg. Her guy.
Why don't you just not post pictures of yourself to the internet, you fucking attention-seeking slut?
Is literally an accessory. And obviously, that was not the girl from earlier, from the LinkedIn profile. She actually ended up being worse.
Isn't this sad that women have literally convinced themselves that it's a problem that they're afraid to post a picture to the internet? Like, you could quite literally just not post a picture of yourself to the internet at all. Nobody fucking cares. Genuinely. Nobody fucking cares. The only people who are going to follow you are a bunch of Indian dudes and Pakistanis who are going to jerk off to you because they have a white girl fetish. It doesn't matter how ugly, fat, or whatever you are, they will just jerk off to any, you know, mid to low range white chick that they remotely view as attainable. That's all you're doing by uploading pictures of yourself on the internet as a chick. It's just crazy to me. Stop objectifying me, but okay. Ricardo Comstock at the 10. Raymond is not a joke to me. I think he's 100% right. I love his channel. He's never wrong. Okay, people are going to make fun of him. Okay, but so what? He's still 100% right. Yep, I mean, that's the thing is, for the most part, I agree with what he says. Like, he's pretty much on point with a lot of topics. You know, the only area I think that he maybe could improve on, which would take away from the comedic value of his videos, is the delivery. Like, what he's saying is 100% factual. In most cases, I would say. But the way he spurgs out and says a bunch of crazy shit in between the stuff that's actually factual is where people probably lose him. So...
I'm not kidding. She actually turned out to be worse. The other girl actually looks cool. She's on a job site. She's hot. She's banged one of the tradesmen. Good for her. Bang them all.
Like, when he talks about financial topics and stuff, he definitely knows what he's talking about. But then he spurgs out saying that he needs someone to fuck him or whatever. It's like, okay. Shit.
Trades girls for tradesmen. We need more pretty mids on the job site. Giving blowjobs, lots of blowjobs to these tradesmen to keep our infrastructure working. I beg you, think not what you could do for your broccoli-haired little boy toy husband, but what you could do for the tradesmen. I beg of you. A national card called arms. Sleep with it. Sleep with an electrician.
No, I don't think he exaggerates. I just think he's truly that unhinged because he just doesn't give a fuck. He's completely checked out.
Sleep with a plumber. Somebody, fuck the drywallers. Somebody, I need somebody. I need somebody. Somebody. You know that song. It's like the early 2000s heartthrob song. I need somebody. I think it was Bush or something like that. I used to delete group photos if I thought I looked bad. Really? Are you sure? You're worried about the way you look, huh? You look like this and you're worried about the way you look. I'm sorry. You look like Ursula in this photo. I'm going hard on you. I'm going hard on you. I am. I know. But you're already married, so what do you fucking care what I think about you? I used to delete group photos if I thought I looked bad, Fraser told Newsweek. I wish I hadn't. It was never about what I actually looked. It was how I felt about my body. Thankfully, that's changed. Well, honey, if you are going out in public looking like this, you obviously know that your body is attractive. That's the number one fucking like cognitive dissonance thing I will never understand about women.
No, that's a lie, bro. That's a lie. You will see the fattest, ugliest, disgusting women wearing like ultra tight leggings and shit, and their fucking chunky ass legs look like spoiled milk. It is fucking disgusting. You know, a lot of the welfare queens will be out there with their 400 fucking pound ass in shapewear, and it's like disgusting, or wearing nothing but a fucking sports bra up top. It is just gross.
These super skin tight outfits, like this picture in the center, this picture on the top right, like her tits are out, her butt is out, you can see all of her leg, you can see all the folds in her armpit, you can see every aspect of this broad's body. And let me remind you, this is a public profile with 58.7 thousand subscribers. She's a obviously public influencer persona. It's hard to get subscribers. Ask me how I know. By the way, please like, share, and subscribe to the video. If you love my rage-filled rants, you will love the rest of my videos. She clearly is okay with other people looking at her body. I wish I hadn't. It was never how I actually looked. It was about how I felt in my body. Thankfully, that's changed, but I never get those photos back. What are you talking about? The internet is forever. Everything that you delete, you can actually get back. Ask me how. It's very easy. In the video, Frasier zooms in on her arms, chin, and legs. Oh, no. Oh, is that what the one was supposed to be? Not her tits? This was supposed to be a zoom in on her chin, not her chest? Okay. That tells you what I looked at.
I thought it'd be your nose.
Wait. Did I skip a whole paragraph? Oh. 53% of American girls say they're unhappy with their bodies by age 13. Well, get them off the iPhones. That's the #1 reason. Get them off social media. If you don't want your daughters worried about the way they look, get them.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Ricardo Cumsocks of the 10. Raymond lost time. I did too. Watch his 3 years sober. Maybe not great for stream, but it's a... Yeah, I'll definitely check it out, man. I've got it pulled up over here. I've got it pulled up.
Get them off social media. You know, daughters with dads and good uncles and good fathers and good male role models who are older in their lives. Just saying. Frasier zooms in on her arms, chins, and legs before cutting back to the full image with text. Imagine me and you. The brainwashing required to get us to see this instead of this. That's, like, that made no sense to me. All I saw was her dollar store tattoos. Frasier, who comes from South Africa, of course she does, said she had a moment recently where she almost fell back into old habits. I was at an event and got some photos back, and for a tiny second, I nearly zoomed in on myself, she said. Then I just looked at the full picture and thought, wow, I've come a long way. I don't know what accent South Afrikaners use. Just a few years ago, Frasier added, her appearance felt like most important part of her identity. Okay, you say that, but you're recently posting literally just pictures of yourself. None of these pictures are of anything but you. Physical appearance was the most important thing to me, she said. I thought it was the most interesting thing about me. And I think the lady doth protest too much. If you are thinking that your physical importance is your appearance is the most important thing about you, maybe that's your wormy little head giving a little bit of a Freudian slip saying there really isn't any other depth.
PK, so the way you get hooked on alcohol is alcohol basically disables your stress hormone receptor or whatever. So when you're stressed and you drink, you no longer feel stressed. But what happens is once the alcohol wears off, all that built up like chemicals in your brain rushes in and you feel even more stressed than you did before you drank. So what happens is you drink again and again and again and again, not to the point of getting drunk necessarily, but to the point where you're constantly drinking to keep away the stress. That is the #1 cause of alcoholism and, you know, addiction to alcohol, is people who are extremely stressed all the time and they just drink to basically keep it at bay. It's like self-medicating in a sense. Yeah, well, Ricardo, you definitely can get drunk. It can devolve into that. I'm just talking about most cases of alcoholism stem from that cause. Obviously, there's different variations, but that's the most common, is people who drink to get rid of stress, and then they become even more stressed afterwards because it doesn't actually address the cause of stress. It just masks it temporarily. But then, yeah, the cortisol, that's what it is. You know, floods your brain after the alcohol wears off, and you feel even more stressed than before, which causes you to drink even more. So, yeah, it's a vicious cycle.
To you as a human being, and you need to work on that. You know, I post my face, I show my face on every video, and I post my face on every single thumbnail because I do not want any kind of misconstrued thoughts about what I'm talking about. This is a video of me talking into a camera, usually about a subject matter. You're not getting anything else but this. So I put my face on every single thumbnail because I want to be pragmatic and authentic and true as to what you're getting. Sometimes I put a word on it like millennials. This one I'll probably do women or some, I don't know, the body image or some bullshit. Like something that'll catch people's eyes. Like if the first thing out of your mouth is, I thought it was the most interesting thing about me, and not, oh, hey, you know, I work really hard at working out and staying in shape, and she objectively does. She actually does work really hard at staying in shape, and she's physically attractive, okay? I get it. Yes, I would love to have sex with her. She's a physically attractive woman. I think she knows this, and her insecurities go past the obvious physical attraction she's been able to grow and cultivate for herself, because it takes work to be that physically attractive. It just does. So she's obviously bridged that chrysalis and conquered that mountain. Now
yeah, he
she's
just
letting her
called her
insecurity show.
ugly, and now he wants to bang her. Oh my god. Wild. I guess a starving man isn't going to complain about what meal is put in front of him, right?
And she's saying, I thought it was the most interesting thing about me, and I had to uphold some sort of
Because he's definitely fiending for the pussy. That's for sure.
reputation of being disciplined, strong, skinny, etc. So you are saying that the most interesting thing about you, ladies, is what you look like. Just saying. Anybody else put that together in your head? I put that together in my head.
Yeah, it's like you're dying of thirst and someone asks if you want a Coca-Cola and they bring you a Pepsi instead. You're not going to be like, oh, fuck you, I'm not drinking that. Like, you're just going to take it and drink it.
I was always viewing myself through this critical lens. Don't use the phrase critical lens. It's a Marxist dog whistle. It's like saying brick oven to white people of a certain persuasion. She traces much of that mindset back to growing up around body-obsessed media and behavior. It started with trash magazines, Fraser told me. And older generations, we're going to blame millennials, I'm sure. And older generations picking apart their picking apart their bodies. Let's see. Mom watching videos with daughter calls herself fat, then realizes mistake. Oh, well, you kind of are. Ew.
Yeah, you are
in front of us
fat.
didn't help. These days, she takes a more balanced approach. I try to stay neutral, she said. I don't let myself stare too long in the mirror. I don't get up close and analyze my face anymore. I realize no one else is looking at me the way, and even if they were, I'm more than my body. I'm more than how I look. Are you sure? Are you sure? Here is literally an Instagram that is recent of you staring into a mirror. Here's an Instagram of you showing off your skinny, tight little body, and you can see your thigh gap. Anybody who spent any time on anorexic Tumblr in the early 2010s understands how important a thigh gap is.
It is nice.
You're saying one thing and your actions, your social media is saying exactly the other. You know what's funny? I had the inverse relationship.
Thigh gaps are elite. I will say that.
With my appearance. I never thought there was anything wrong with my face. Till I started making YouTube videos. And every single motherfucker and their cousin had to come out of the fucking wood with the wood planks in the floor to tell me how ugly I am. Never thought about it before. Fraser credits sports for helping shift her perspective, she says. Sports remind me that my body can do cool things. God, shut up. That's why I want to remember when I look back on my life. I want to have those photos and the memories to show for it. Is that why you took all these pictures with your wedding and you eating food and all this other bullshit? Fraser's video has drawn 300,000 likes and a flood of supportive comments. At every point, I was like, what is she talking about? Yeah, I see her arm, one commenter wrote. I assume you're pointing out imperfections, like all of her tattoos. That's all I see on her arm.
Yeah, it's gross.
I spent 10 minutes bitching about it at the beginning of this video. At every point, I was like, what is she talking? Okay, another post. The fact I saw this picture and only thought about how it was such a beautiful candid and it captured your vibe perfectly. No, it doesn't. It shows your bad tattoos and your bad glasses and your bad gummy smile.
Bro, what the fuck? Oh my god. What the fuck? Dude?
Bad tattoos. And your bad glasses, and your bad gummy smile. Raymond, you're ugly on the inside out. Well, who made me this way, Cupcake? And the third added crazy part, what am I even looking at? The tattoos? Well, at least somebody finally acknowledged the fucking tattoos. Then I realized it really is so sad. Instead of living and laughing, live, laugh, and love. Instead of living and laughing with friends, we're worrying about this stuff. Oh, shut up. No comments. Literally no comments. Jesus. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, M. Some ordinary M. What other social media presence do you have? Do you have a fucking Twitter? Oh no, let me guess. You have a Blue Sky. Oh Jesus. So she's a photographer for a lingerie magazine. Good Lord. Well, that's public on Instagram, YouTube. I'm just documenting here. Some ordinary M. Right. You're the middest of the mids. The middest of the mids. Like you look like any other white girl in my part of Ohio. My part of the world. Like literally, I go to Walmart, Aldi, I see these girls constantly.
Yeah.
They're all over the place, just showing off everything, and you're just not supposed to look. There you go. They're all so full of shit. Don't worry about this stuff, guys. They're lying out of two sides of their mouths. They're just lying to you about everything all the time. So they don't actually care about body image. They don't actually care about what they look like. They know they're attractive. You don't see super large girls. Well, sometimes you do. But you don't see super large girls obsessing over body like this.
Yes, you do. I'm a big, beautiful woman. You just can't handle all this. I don't need no little white penis. I need some big black dick. Yes, you fucking do. Everywhere. You see it everywhere. And then you have these fucking fat hog white chicks. They're like, I'm beautiful no matter what my body shape is. And they're wearing like fucking spandex shit or the fucking yoga pants and stuff. It's just awful.
You don't see the average 25-year-old mom who's trying to wrangle 2 kids, balance the checkbook, clean the house, and cook a meal for her husband before he comes home worrying about this shit, do you?
You don't see an average 25-year-old mom anymore, unfortunately.
Well, I'm...
Like, hold on, let's see. Average age of having first child. Yeah, first-time mothers in the U.S., the average age is 28.
I'm waiting. Body image and dysmorphia and worrying about what you look like are things for people who don't work for a living, who have a ton...
Yeah, any woman that uses the word voluptuous is coping so fucking hard.
...ton of free time on their hands. This girl is obviously winning at life. She's obviously got friends. She's got a social circle. She's got her little dollar store tattoos. She's got her husband. What did she say her name was? Did they hyphenate the wrong part of her name? Is that why? Is she on Facebook? Okay, here you go. Okay, how do I see? I can't log in, but I can see open image in new tab. There you go. There you go. See, she had her fairy tale happy ending. Her life is not miserable. She got her 6 inches taller than her Chad with a full head of hair. And they got her happy rich. Like, this wedding looks like it's full of, like, this wedding was expensive. It's in Morocco or something.
How does that look expensive? It's just a bunch of people lined up outside the front door of a church. That doesn't look very expensive to me.
Everybody says, is that Natalie Portman over there? Like, she got her... She gets... Look, this girl, it's fake. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. This girl has everything. She's not. She's fine. And this is a public photo, YouTube. This is a public photo. She's got everything. She's got a dog. She's got her social life. Get out of here. Yeah, she's doing fine. Although, I don't know. She looks pretty short here.
He's doom scrolling.
Did she get... Like, she's shorter than her man, but did she get a 6-foot-tall man? I don't know. I don't know, Christy. Did you get the 6-foot-tall man? I don't know. Is he 5'9"? Oh, even worse. Is he 5'13"? All right, I've been going too hard on this chick. She's fine. She got married. She got Mr. Right. She's got followers. She's got subscribers. She's got people writing articles about her.
Oh,
she'll be fine. If you got a hot friend that's insecure about her body, send her my way.
Bruh. Holy shit.
All right, like, share, and subscribe. All that crap. Thanks for watching.
Oh my god. Jeez. Yeah, personally, I can't stand tats, especially on women. I agree. Oh my god, man. Alpha Chad bullshit. Yeah, if these women find out he's doing his channel, it's probably a goner. Either that or they find him through his YouTube channel and they like him regardless. Because he has clout, dude. So, that's the other thing. Ricardo Cumsocks of the 2. Raymond is all of us. He is a pure soul. Yeah, I don't know. It's just sad, honestly. It's sad, like, the current state of affairs in modern life. You know? We have all this technology, but at what cost? At what cost is the question. All men are rapists? Well, it's time for me to prove her right.
I can't afford this shit!
Dude, that is so gross. Look at that. Nasty. Y'all gonna wife her up? Is that wifey material to y'all? PK said he will. Yeah, probably. Click on the video so I can tell you for sure. Alright, we'll click
So
on
first up, I want to fill some of these drawers up over here, and I'm going to start putting the posters on the walls. Move some of these out the way. There's some cool posters as well too. Filling up. Start off with the CDs. CDs. DVDs and tapes. Old ones. Picked these up the other day. Small Soldiers. Rainbow Bright. Me and my sister used to watch this all the time. Flintstones. Rugrats.
Gross, dude. Nasty. We know you would, PK. You like her. Oh, look, tattoo quiz.
If you have tattoos, please, please, please duet this video. Show me your favorite tattoo. Your first tattoo. I hate this. Your most painful tattoo. Your biggest tattoo. The tattoo that
Oh my god.
that everyone gives you compliments on. And your most meaningful. Your most random.
Oh my god, it's just pitiful. I'm not 40. Please simp over me. I'm trying so hard. A broken granny. Yeah. Surviving on minimum wages in DC. Ew. Why would you do that? You know somebody would scramble her rot. Oh yeah, definitely, bro. She would go absolutely double platinum in the divorced 50-year-old white guy community. Like a divorced 50-year-old man would eat her up, bro. See, what did I always tell you guys about Final Fantasy X? It's the women's favorite Final Fantasy. What game is she showing off on the PS Vita? Final Fantasy X.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Why is it women's favorite? Because it's like a straight up love story, pretty much. Ricardo Comstocks with a 5. The culture of tats makes perfect sense. They make us hate ourselves, despise our skin. What better remedy, even subconsciously, to cover it up? Yeah, exactly. Yup, there's definitely that aspect as well. Indeed. Who's gonna save her, guys? She wants to be in love. She's waiting for you. Will you save her? That's the question. Let me sniff her. Is she your type, Ricardo? She wants her wholesome gamer boy to sweep her off her feet. So romantic, I know, man, isn't it? It's beautiful, isn't it? Dude, this chick is mid AF. Valkyrie. She's so overhyped. That's such a great video title. The problem with women. Raymond spotted. Did he appear again? Oh yeah, right there. Why nothing makes sense. Because it never is supposed to make sense. We're not ruled by logical actors. That guy saying about the Build Back Better that 35-year-old men playing games in mom's basement will have to go out and get a job reminded me of RTU. I know. Factual, man. Very, very factual. Is this female cope? It's not you, it's your environment.
So, friends, you will always feel stupid in a room that does not value you. You will never feel accepted in a room that does not understand your worth. And the reason that I'm talking about this today, and the reason that I'm saying this, is because I just got back from the fucking mechanic. And it was an awful experience. And let me just tell you, what's been going on. My car's been making a weird sound every time I go to brake, and I don't like it. And I don't know shit about cars. So I asked my friend who knows more about cars than I do, like, what's wrong? Evaluate. He's like, your brake fluid looks awful. So you're gonna need to get that bled and replaced. And I'm like, awesome. I go to the mechanic, and I'm like, okay, hey, I need to get my brakes bled. I walk on in the store, trusting and open and excited to get my brakes bled. I walk up to the counter, and I say, can I get my brakes bled? And he's like, sure, we can do that for you. And he said, do you need your brake pads checked? I said, no, I don't need those. I got those replaced a year ago. They're fine. He said, okay. They go out. Maybe 5 minutes later, they come back, which I think is a little bit short to get your brakes bled, which I specifically asked for because the brake fluid is very dark. And he says, so we checked your brake pads, red flag number 1, and your brake pads look fine, so you're all good to go. What about the brake fluid? What about that dark stuff that's swimming around in there? What about that? And he's like, oh, we didn't check that. I'm like, so could you? It's like, yeah, I'll go have him check that. And then this dude grabs my keys.
Woman moment. I've already lost interest, man. I've already lost interest. Griffin, you were right. I never noticed how female content creators talk so much but say absolutely nothing until you met. Yeah, it's just factual, man. I don't know. Most guys just watch female content creators because they want someone to look at while they talk about something they're remotely interested in. Brutal. I'll never be a father. I'm 49 and I'll never be a father. Here's what no one tells you. Rough. Brutal, dude. They're the same people operating different channels, pretty much. Pretty much. Look, guys, a Canadian. Wow. This is exactly what I pictured when I thought of a Canadian. Joyce Zoo. Yeah, your average Canadian, man. The average Canadian woman. Oh my god. Doom scrolling? I know. It always turns out to be this way, though. Doom the scroll ages? Yeah, exactly. Why everything changes after you save 10K? Bro, what? I can assure you this is completely fucking false. I have over $10,000 in my checking account right now that's not accounted for, and my life has not changed in any significant manner whatsoever. Modern life is designed to break you. It's not entirely wrong. The age of addictions, that's probably pretty accurate. Those YouTube videos, yeah, dude, it's just... There's nothing. It's just all the same slot. LGBT is over? I wish. But it's not the case. Yeah, how slopified it's become. True. Yo, there I am. Nice. I don't know. Maybe I should just go ahead and hop off for tonight. It's already almost 7, so I probably should go. Actually, I gotta go to the post office and such. I gotta pack up some stuff and go to the post office, so fun times, dude. But yeah, I hope y'all have a great Saturday, great weekend in general. Appreciate everybody coming out. And yeah, I will talk to everybody, I guess, later today. So have a good one, guys. And I guess happy belated 4th of July to everybody, too.